Good. That's very good that you brought that up, because you know what? It's pop quiz time.
Oh no.
Pop quiz.
Is this a sports quiz?
Can you name both teams playing in the Super Bowl? I know that they're red because I went shopping today. That's it. There's your hint.
I do know. Hold on. It's the Chiefs and San Francisco. I don't know the city of the Chiefs. I think it's the Kansas Chiefs.
It's the Kansas City Chiefs and the San Francisco 49ers.
I was confident that between five of us, we would not have that answer. I was so confident.
I was reading Reddit like a minute ago. So.
I actually really like football. My team just got knocked out, and I was very sad.
What is your team?
The Bills.
I used to work with a guy who was a huge Bills fan. He was such a little piss baby every time they lost. Yeah. Like, he was one of those people who, like, lets his team, like, be completely controlling of his mood. So, like, when they lost, he'd be in such a shitty mood.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I'm a big Bills fan, but only of the dollar variety.
That was very silly.
That was good. That was a good one.
I'm a little bit of a... Nope, not gonna make that joke. That joke would not land at all, or make sense without a lot of context. So we're just gonna glance over it. Anyway, I thought that would take a lot longer, and there was a 0% chance between 5 people that are playing a fucking RPG on a Sunday night would be able to answer that. Like I said, there were cupcakes. I went to Publix, and they had red cupcakes. I was like, these teams must both be red, because I don't see any others. I would have guessed the Patriots, by the way, because I think they're red, and they're always in the Super Bowl.
I'm pretty sure they're navy blue.
Yeah, they're not red.
Well, I was thinking red, white, and blue. Patriots?
Listen.
I don't know nothing about football.
I definitely know about this primarily via Taylor Swift. Yeah.
The Patriots is the only football thing I know, only because my dad is a huge fan.
All right, well, we did have a winner, Adarsh. You did, in fact, know both teams in the Super Bowl. Allegedly, I have not fact-checked this.
I think Lee got it. Because I didn't know everything, but Lee knew everything. So.
Well, let me go ahead and give me 1 second here.
Oh no.
Let me go ahead and get you your reward.
Level 4
right?
for all of us.
Here we go.
No, he's just not gonna kill my character today.
You know what? One more. There you go.
It's such a weak little clap.
I didn't even hear it.
Listen, you had to share it. You two had to fucking share it. It ain't my fault. So you got a weak little clap. I fucking heard that. I fucking heard that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Are we done?
Yes.
Are we done? Are you promise?
Sure.
All right. Now, really quick, I do have one more pop quiz. It's to test short-term memory. Alex, what 2 teams are in the Super Bowl?
One is the 49ers, I guess. People, people have been excited all last week at the old thrift store. I already forgot the other one though.
The short-term memory test fails again. It's like whenever I'm like doing prep or something and we're playing a game, Alex, I'll just like tell you because I know by the next day you'll forget whatever I was working on.
I don't know if that's true.
It's very true based on all of my extensive history of mentioning things while we're playing games and you never remembering any of it.
Well, take it up with my very bad brain.
It feels weird that like a person can blame like their brain for something because that's like, take it up with me. Because like the whole like a person is just a brain operating a meat suit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When are we gonna play Soma, Robert?
Well, when you're around enough to finish Alan Wake 2, Pow World. Wait, let me get the list. Let me see where it is in my docket. Give me a second. You walked into this, by the way. Okay, so when you're around enough that we can finish playing through Alan Wake 2, Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice, Octopath Traveler 2, the new Sherlock Holmes game, and Grim Dawn. Once we get all those done. Oh, and maybe World of Horror. Once we get all those done, then we can go on to Soma. Any questions? Good.
No. Stop.
No, I won't.
I was talking to my rock.
Like your actual rock or your cat?
My rock.
That didn't actually answer.
What other rock do you think I have?
And like, this is you. You definitely have an actual pet rock.
No, I don't. I have some rocks, but they are not my pet rocks.
What's the difference of whether or not you put a hat on it?
Yes.
Okay. Yo, has anybody heard about like those what is it, like those moss balls that come with cowboy hats as a pet?
No.
Somebody at my work has one and it's the coolest thing ever.
You already told me this.
But yes, Alex, but you're not the only person in the call now, so I gotta tell everyone else. Yeah, they're called Moss Amigos. Not sponsored, by the way. I just think they're cool.
I love the idea of somebody
Where's the little
sponsoring the GM of like a 6-person TTRPG campaign.
This joke goes back long amounts of years. Like, Alex can confirm anytime since the first time I started recording and uploading things for people to reference. Anytime any kind of brand is brought up, I have to say it. Oh.
Well, I will assume from now on that anytime you bring up a brand and don't say that, you are being sponsored by them then.
Just make sure they know that, because my bank account doesn't yet. It's just per sale, right? And let me make this very clear. If you all don't fucking buy one, you're out of the game. You understand?
Oh my
Wow.
god, you can get little accessories for them.
It's also
you should
not
be
a multi-level
sponsored,
marketing
working.
scheme. But if I get 3 people to buy one, and you each get 3 people to buy one...
I mean,
Oh my god, it's
I
like the guy from the bar all over again.
I was gonna say I do enjoy stuff in jars, but then I looked and it was like $60, and I was
I
like,
could just go and get like some moss from like this from the ground outside and throw it in a jar and put a little hat on it.
You could
I
make a
already have-
killing.
I already have moss in a jar.
Do
It's
you-
just not a ball.
Do you have a little hat that fits moss on you, like, in your possession, Lee?
You know, I think I actually might.
Oh my god, that's incredible.
I know you meant on you, like in your possession, but I do like to think you meant on you, like literally on you.
I am wearing it right now.
Yeah, Lee is wearing a hat.
I'm the world's
That fits the
tiniest
tiny mouse ball.
cowboy.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
Wow, Lee saying yeehaw sounds exactly like the yeehaw from the beginning of Old Town Road.
Oh,
That's crazy.
oh my god. I don't know how to follow that up. Like, it's just so, like, every time I expect Lee to make a joke, it's always supposed to be deadpan. So, like, Lee, when you just yeehaw at me... Also, Dave's been, like, reacting to all of our messages. He should totally bail on his Super Bowl party and join us. Rowan needs the support tonight.
For real.
But that's okay. He has a very well-adjusted, emotionally available party behind him.
Oh yeah.
With Alien,
Yeah. That's
Serial
exactly how I-
Killer, and Dead Person Talker.
You know, as long as there are no dead people here, we'll be fine.
I couldn't remember the name of the kid from Sixth Sense. I'm sorry.
Um, um,
Haley Joel Osment.
yeah.
I guarantee you there is a 0% chance anyone could ever name the actual character. Like, no
I think
one...
it's David.
I'm pretty sure the character's name was also just Haley Joel Osment.
No, I think his name was David.
No,
Yeah,
I think it's
it is
Cole,
Dave.
isn't it?
It is, in fact, Cole, apparently.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh my god, Toni Collette was in that movie?
David.
Yeah, she's the mom.
It's wild. The only movie I think I've ever seen her... Oh, Krampus and Hereditary. That's 2. We're getting off topic.
It's wild that I remember his name was Cole.
That is, like... That's that thing in your brain where you then have to question, like, why is this here? I could be remembering something important, but instead, I know the name of the kid's of Haley Joel Osment's character in The Sixth Sense.
Yeah. I don't remember Bruce Willis's character's name.
Dead
Something.
people?
Maybe his name is David.
That seems correct.
Malcolm.
Yes, that's right.
That does make sense. That sounds right.
That's a good movie. Shockingly underrated. I think it's like people remember it for the twist, but like it's a good movie.
It is a good
I like
movie.
that movie.
Yeah.
It only took M. Night Shyamalan like 20 years to make another good movie.
We
M.
should
Night
watch
Shyamalan's made a
Old.
lot of good movies.
I'm like...
It's been 20 years since he's made them since, but
I liked Old.
I never saw Old.
I liked it.
I had problems with it. I really liked the premise, and then I had a lot of problems with it. I really wanted to like it more than I did, but
My problem with The Sixth Sense is that fucking Always Sunny episode where they say, like, and the twist in that movie, that dude in the hairpiece, it was Bruce Willis all along. It's just ruined The Sixth Sense for me. It's
That's
just
really
too
funny.
fucking funny.
But M. Night Shyamalan has so many good movies: Sixth Sense, Unbreakable, The Village, Signs.
Oh.
I don't know if The Village is good.
I stand by The Village. The Village is a good movie.
Listen, everyone's entitled to their opinion, even if it's wrong. Split
I
was
stand by
good.
it. Split was good. Yeah.
Glass,
agree.
I heard Glass was fucking awful, so I never watched it.
Yes, it really is so bad. I was so disappointed. I was
like,
excited
how
for
do you
it.
do a weird fucking twist superhero team-up movie and then make
Yeah.
it so weird?
Yeah, I was really excited for it because both of the movies leading up to it are so good, and then, oof, disappointing.
Anyway, we've gotten off topic again. Are we ready to party, guys? I think we are. Let me smash that button. Let me just, I need, like, a sound effect. I need to record myself, like, slamming my fists on my desk, and then have that I can play as a sound effect so I don't have to keep slamming my fist on my desk.
Okay.
And then I can be like, every time I'm like, it's time to smash that button, you can hear like a something. Honestly, just like a bomb sound would work. And then immediately afterwards, it takes like 3 seconds for the song to actually buffer, so there's just awkward silence. Speaking of awkward silence. After a very arduous journey to the east, leaving Alasir dealing with trials and tribulations from the strange and unusual to the undead and unusual, your journey took you through strange, afflicted, awfully fleshy trees in very misty forest to the sides and small passes of treacherous mountains. But eventually, after dealing with the dangers of Riverstone Keep and having not but short breaks along the way, you were able to make it to Fortuny Sol. Not but a singular obstacle between the mountains past Riverstone and the city. A strange effigy or altar that you were able to make a wide berth around and had no problem. Fortuny Sol seemed to treat you as well as could be expected. As you arrived, you found yourselves a nice, comfortable room. 3 rooms, in fact. In 1-3 was Garrett and Henrietta. In 2-4 was Strieg and Mira. And 2-11 was Rowan and Frey. I made sure to have that remembered in case I need it later.
Great.
You're very welcome. I was waiting for laughter or applause for remembering that. Not off the top of my head, though. I had the tab open for it. Has that joke... I'm sorry, has that joke run its course yet?
No, it's still terrifying. It's just not funny because it's scary.
Great. Great. So, after setting up some rooms at the quarters, speaking with Wilbur Temple, the Grub Master, and eventually deciding, do some bar hopping, see what all the commotion down the street was. Your attempt at going out, having a night of relaxation, turned into pillaging, pilfering, and stealing, and committing as many crimes as humanly possible in about a 2-hour span at a bar. This included cheating at dice, scamming, and eventually distracting in such a way that Strieg was able to pickpocket a dozen coin purses. Count them, yes, a good full dozen. And coin it was, coin the plenty. You eventually left the massive crowd of the very, very popular bounty, Levy's bounty in particular. Oh, I don't know if you guys ever actually got the name.
I don't think we did.
And after a long conversation about what to do next and deciding it can wait until morning, all headed. The next day was a list of chores, errands, and need-to-dos that consisted of fixing Strieg, finding people who knew Mira back in the day, and banquet. Though the banquet was not quite planned, it was more of an appreciation, another thank you from Grayson Hoslow, who was so incredibly appreciative that you were able to get back all of his mother's carvings, or at least a grand majority, and, well, an offer of free fancy food in the early afternoon could turn it. So it is here, as you guys arrive at the very affluent Ardenford University, the Harmony Ballroom, where, upon being allowed in after being dressed as fancifully as you could on short notice and as cleaned up as you could, though with Strieg and Rowan still arcanely disguised as guards that you saw in the street. Forcers of Sacred Blade. You headed in, they opened the doors for you, and it was here that Rowan saw an old friend from some years ago. So, with all of that, I would ask unto you all, in this incredibly nice banquet with so much excitement, so much happiness, so much just affluence. What are you guys doing? Let me rephrase. Rowan, Strieg, Frey, and Mira. What are you guys doing?
Wait, there's multiple songs playing. It's driving me crazy. What's happening?
I always fade one out when I start another one.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. I was gonna have a panic attack, which Rowan is already doing, actually. Amazing segue. Yeah, I mean, you know, Dave's not here, but Garrett would probably, as Rohan is looking at Count Toussaint, who he hasn't seen in, I think a couple years now, probably, maybe a little more than that. He is full on like going into fight or flight mode, and even he like doesn't really know which one he's gonna do. I think probably if any of you guys are like standing close enough to him, you probably also can like I think it's probably not that subtle even if you're paying attention to him. It's just like he starts breathing a lot heavier, his hands get clammy, and he's like fidgeting and stuff, and like he looks like he's about to bolt. And is just kind of like frozen in place, trying to gather his thoughts enough to figure out what he should do.
I think Frey would notice this, and he would put a hand on Rohan's shoulder and, oh, why don't we go get a drink?
Yeah, I think like Rohan like barely even processes that you're talking to him, but like assuming you sort of like guide him away, he'll probably just let himself be guided away.
Yeah, Frey will guide him away with a hand on the shoulder, definitely beelining towards wherever the food and drinks are set up.
Yeah.
From where you arrived, pretty much the entire left side of this banquet hall has 4 very long dining tables with massive, just beautiful gold-leafed runners. Everything in this banquet hall is just so incredibly excessive to the point that it's to the point of unnecessary. The tall windows in this 20-plus foot tall room, even they have massive gold leaf, beautiful drapery around them, and it's just more of that much everywhere you go.
Yeah, Rohan is like 1,000-yard stare, just like hyperventilating and just like questioning himself. Like, am I really seeing this? Is this really happening? What the hell?
Frey is just he's going to pour a glass of wine and just push it into Rohan's hands.
Yeah, I think he'll down it like all in one gulp, basically. Just trying to settle his own nerves.
And he definitely would have guided him to kind of like, a quieter area, or at least like, one that isn't totally mobbed by other people, to one of those tables. And he'd say, well, just breathe.
Thank you.
As you guys are kind of, you do see Grayson beginning to push out of a crowd of people and like flag you down.
I think I like look over at him and I think I'm just very warily trying to figure out if he's trying to, is he coming from the direction of the speaker of Count Toussaint, or?
Yes. Pretty much everything is. It's a long banquet hall.
Right. I'm just like worried that he's going to, I don't know, go try to seat us next to him, or like.
He was up on the stage talking. So.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll just sort of, I don't know, slowly, like reluctantly wander over towards him.
He kind of just looks to all of you and just, oh, how are you all doing? They're hopefully going well. Just kind of like motions, like not a shrug, but like a waiting to see how everyone's doing.
I'm silent.
There are a number of tables. There are like tables scattered throughout, but a lot of people are standing. Like it's not quite like standing room only or anything, but there are a lot of people that are standing right now just talking to each other.
Well, Frey will give him a smile and say, well, we had a relaxing first day in the city. Some time to get off my feet was quite welcomed.
Right, love to hear it. He just kind of claps his hands. I really do appreciate it. Of course, as my guests, you're free to whatever you wish here. He just kind of motions towards the massive, just piles of food. It is very much, it's a banquet hall, but everyone is just like, there's a line and full-on buffet style. Just serve yourself right now. Like, seconds, thirds, whatever. Wish there was more I could offer. How much of that did you catch that? Professor Adelvine, he's something, isn't he?
What was this?
What? Yeah. What is he referring to?
The guy who was on the guy who was in the stage talking.
Was he talking about anything in particular?
He was discussing the finer points of, at least the basic overview of the finer points of like military strategy when you guys walked in, but he wasn't just about finished. Don't remember exactly what he was saying, but I believe it had to do with like cutting off troops and morale. And how even once they're broken, you still shouldn't let them surrender because they can turn it around.
Okay. Well, alas, I think, only caught the tail end of his topic, but perhaps I'll have a chance to speak with him later. Or are there any other particular speakers you're looking forward to, or that we should keep an eye out for?
A lot of people are coming, just kind of in and out throughout the day. This guy pauses. Probably go over there and, talk to him. If you're interested. He's a very, very open man. I took one of his classes a year ago, discussing cutting off trade routes, starving out troops, things like that. It was more in the context of supplies and how they don't matter. The Umbrae. He commanded a lot of native Madarans during the Black Sun, south of
Rohan
south
walks
of the
away at
sea.
this. He just walks away and goes to get some more alcohol.
He
No.
doesn't like military strategy. He doesn't like it.
I guess I will cast a worried look after him and then hurry up to follow. Mira has been sticking very close to the group. It doesn't seem like really big gatherings and fancy parties are really much of her thing.
Apparently,
Yeah.
he's still he kind of Grayson just kind of looks over to Rowan and then turns to the rest of you. Apparently he's still over there. He's been helping to rebuild some settlements out on the Cape and thereabouts. One's over that way. He's hoping to
Alright, he's-
retire here. I learned a lot from him.
Alright, he was rebuilding settlements where?
At the Cape of Thieves.
The Cape of what?
The Cape of
I'm
Your
Thieves.
sorry.
audio's putting out a little.
It's,
Yeah, you're real. In
sorry,
and out.
I'm like moving my mic as I go here. Or I'm like moving a lot and double checking stuff as I go. I apologize.
Mm.
I do this sometimes where my mic, like, I start to turn away from it like that and cut out, and then I start turning back, and then it, yeah, because I have to like check across my 3 monitors.
Yeah.
And ever since last week when I reorganized my office, it's gotten not harder, but it's different. Like right after I got used to the way it was set up.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he's done a lot of good work. What we've heard, building houses, keeping a lot of brokering treaties with Raycloud to keep some settlements independent. Honestly, impressive work. Kind of like leans in close. I hear he's been offered a good position at Sacred Blade if he wants it. An open offer for a number of years now.
An open offer for what?
I don't know. Something high up. Probably
sorry,
some sort of command. I don't know.
I think for a number of years now.
Oh, for a number of... Okay.
Yeah.
And what organization is this? The Shining
Sacred Blade.
Sacred. Okay. Do I know what that is?
Yeah, Sacred Blade Industries. They're one of the big 5 for guilds that kind of enforce everything in Vreeland, and they are also the main like security force. Everything's privatized, and they're essentially the privatized guard or police, the constabulary of Vreeland, first and foremost.
Strieg and I are currently in disguise as Sacred Blades, although we're not in the uniforms anymore, but yeah. So Mira followed after me?
Yes.
Okay. I think specifically because it's Mira, Rohan would probably turn and be like, so, and he's still like you can still tell he's like fidgeting and just like very much does not want to be here but doesn't want to be rude, but it's like, so you know how when we found you, I said that I'd been there myself, you know, trapped somewhere for a decade, without seeing the world. He did that. That's Count Toussaint, and he held us. He held me and other people, and I was yeah, I wasn't expecting to see him here. I didn't know that he had this whole other life. I don't know if I can be here right now.
She does some big blinks, and you can like almost see the like clockwork ticking in her head as she like tries to understand what you mean. I don't know if I really understand, but
he imprisoned us. He's a count, and I was in the Raychlorian. I worked as sort of a what do you call it? Like a ship hand, for the Raychlorian Navy. And after the Black Sun, when we finally got back to shore, we were trying to get back to civilization. During the Black Sun, we were sort of stranded on some island. Long story, but we got back to civilization after the Black Sun, and before we could get back to civilization, we ran into his people, and they imprisoned us. They captured us and they imprisoned us, and he wanted, I don't know. I don't really know what he wanted me to. He was convinced that I was magical. You know, he was convinced that I had arcane powers, and I never confirmed that for him. As far as I know, I don't think he knows that I do for sure, but he wanted me to, I don't know, use them for him, and so he imprisoned us for like 11 years. So yeah.
well, I can certainly understand why that's someone that you wouldn't want to be around. I'm sure you could make up an excuse to leave if you want. He's not that sounds like someone that none of us would want to be around.
He seems like a powerful person here. It feels like maybe we should, I don't know, like we can leave the building, but it feels like maybe we should know what he's up to. I mean, I guess I want to know. It's just, scary to be here, but I think I probably should know.
Well, you're in disguise at least.
That's true. Yeah, and he doesn't know that I'm here or anything. It's been a while, so hopefully, as long as I'm in disguise, I should be safe. Okay. Yeah.
Yes. I think you're probably as safe as you can be.
Yeah.
Being in the same building at least.
Yeah, you're right. Okay. Yeah. Let's. He like grabs another glass of wine and downs it, and then he's like, "All right, let's get back," and walks back to the rest of the group and just sort of lingers quietly.
As you get back,
I will follow.
as you guys get back, Hoslo is just, apparently he's, from the stories we've heard, believed to have saved well over 20 or 30 native Midaran settlements from people who, are now safe from Raycloud. There's no worry about them being dealt with or anything. Not even taxation problems, let alone subjugation. Honestly, I think it would be better if he were, one of the people in charge here. Imagine the good he could do for Alasir or Fortuny Soul, or the kind of person who could unite all of, the Free Kingdoms. Kind of like motions to you two as you arrive. I don't know. It's a lot to take in, though, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. To say the least.
Like I said, I took one of his classes. He spent a few months teaching here at one of the other wings. Was here for a few months last year. I was there for one of his classes about negotiation and trying to learn what I can while I help people. He kind of gives a little half shrug at that. I don't know. I need to do something good, right? I mean, can't just live on the family money forever.
What all does he teach classes about?
What was that?
What all does he teach classes about?
Oh, I mean, well, that one was about negotiation, things like that, but most of the time it's about, the mental aspects of war. How you... He has a lot of stories about his time during the Black Sun. How all of his time, all of it taught him so much about people because it's all things that you can't use. You can't cut off a supply line against the Umbraei. You can't threaten them. You can't do a hostage trade with them. So it's about how he speaks of... He kind of pauses for a second. He has a lot that he talks about, but it's about people, the mental aspect, how no one wants to fight. That's not how people work. So if you force them into these confrontations, they're going to have trouble, so you need to do it first and be mentally prepared so they're not, that sort of thing. Gives you the upper hand and you can control that. And just never let up, that sort of thing. All sorts of interesting... I mean, I'm not Professor Adelvoid, I'm just Grayson Oslo, not exactly. Akai shrugs a little bit, almost nervous to be mimicking these talking points, even at such a broad glance.
Sorry, what's the name of this guy again? Who he's talking about?
Edelvine.
Let me spell that out for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he says that you should strike first and strike hard and not give up until they've lost.
Yes. In essence, I don't want to be putting words in his mouth. again, he has a lifetime of experience. Much of it dealing with Rayclaw as well.
Seems a bit cruel.
I mean, when you're fighting Rayclaw...
Have you ever fought Rayclaw?
Not nearly old enough. I haven't been north of here since before the Black Sun. Kind of gives a shrug at that. I was only 15, 16 at that point. Last of my line. Parents wouldn't let me fight. My mom said no. Sent me
How
here.
do you know then?
Well, Professor Adelvine talks about it. Other people talk about it. There are plenty of people who were around during the Rayclaw invasion when they marched north through Alasir. I'm sure there's plenty of people in Alasir who talk about how shitty they were when they invaded, how they treated people as less than. To have someone like Adelvine, Professor Adelvine, who has dealt with them, has negotiated successfully, saved so many people to keep them out from under their thumb, so to speak, on top of being military strategist and so knowledgeable of so many things when it comes to conflict. I think it's the least, his logic of the least he can do is train another generation to deal with them, to be able to fight back against it in case it happens again. The fact that he's willing to teach these horrible things while being such a peacemonger is admirable, to say the least, isn't it?
A peacemonger.
Feels like a contradiction. What do have his ideas caught on?
What was that? Sorry.
Frey is basically asking, like, what do others think of his ideas?
I mean, he's practically a genius, I think. I mean, he's had... How many people can say that they've negotiated against Rayclaw, not repelled them? Hells, we didn't repel them. Saints weep. We would probably not be standing here if it weren't for the Black Sun. That repelled them. So to have someone who can teach us how to and even knows the negotiating tactics, there are many people who listen. Not just anyone gets to teach here at Odenford. As he goes to continue, and then you see someone come up, very fanciful, just very nice, like silver ball gown style dress. Not overdressed, but definitely one of the nicest dressed people you've seen at this banquet. And she just kind of taps him on the shoulder, and he, Mrs. Valeska, and she just, Grayson, who are your friends here? Oh, these are some of the people who were assisting me with a personal matter in regards to my old family estate. And he kind of, like, turns to all of you. You can see, like, this isn't something he's normally used to, especially, like, introducing people. Being at these is probably at least a little out of his element, and he's not sweating, but definitely a little flustered. And he just kind of, like, turns to you. This is Inez Valeska, co-owner of the Almaville Investment and Loan. She just, please, call me Inez. And just kind of like, since there's so many of you, she just kind of like holds a hand up rather than try and shake each of yours. A very silky white glove covering most of her arm.
Frey will bow his head and say, "Well, it's a pleasure, Lady Enos. My name is Frey Varrock."
Mira will curtsy dutifully and say, Mira Tyrell.
Can I get a sense of, like, like, I don't know if I can like roll a insight check or whatever, but can I get a sense of if this person is more like, is this person more with like Grayson or more like Toussaint? You know, like is she more in the like, I don't know, this isn't really my world, but like I'm, you know, I'm here and I'm cool, or is this like one of the like, you know, people in power around here or something?
Give me a... Yeah, this would definitely be notice wisdom for a good old vibe check.
Yeah.
This is like... Rowan's never been to Fortuna Sol before, has he? I don't believe so.
No.
No. Okay, so no context based on the name of the business that she owns, but the phrase investment and loan definitely has some banking adjacent connotation. And between that, her dress, and the fact that like she wasn't in a hurry or anything, gives you very much a one of the very rich bougie people that's here to you know, rub shoulders with the big wigs, essentially. Like, you get the feeling these are the kind of places lots of people are doing business, and she's, you know, as a co-owner of a major business, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Rohan is not going to say anything, but he'll just sort of silently, like, politely nod at her.
I just nod too.
I was just wondering, and she kind of like just, after, you know, exchanging pleasantries, she just turns back to Grayson. Have you seen my wife? I seem to have lost her. We were up, and she kind of motions to the second floor balcony, watching the speech with as much interest as we could muster. And she kind of rolls her eyes a little bit at that. She headed off, saying she needed to use the bathroom, and I have not seen her since. And Grayson just, oh, well, I have not seen her, but definitely keep my eyes and ears open and let her know that you're looking for her, of course. Anything pressing? And she just shakes her head and begins to head away without saying another word. And just as she's walking away, kind of waves out, I do appreciate it, though.
I think as soon as there's like a lull in the conversation, Rohan is gonna first take the earring out of his ear, and like pocket it, and then grab Streak and pull him to the side, like as far away from anybody as he can. Like he really needs people to not be able to hear this.
Yeah, I just go.
Yeah, and then whenever we're like out of earshot of everyone, I just like look at Streak and I'm like, I can't get into it right now, but we're gonna have to kill that guy.
The guy who hired us?
No, the speaker.
I think Streak kind of like looks around and looks at the guy on the stage, almost like he's noticing him for the first time.
To be fair, they also would not have let you bring weapons in here.
Yes, of course.
Okay, just...
I don't think we should do it here anyway.
No,
but,
I'm just, you know,
yeah,
decorative or
enough,
not,
but-
Streak would not be bringing his crossbows in. I just wanted to make
Yes,
sure that
yeah.
was...
Yeah. Yeah, and I think I say that. I'm like, yeah, not here, but, you know, maybe just keep an eye out. You know, this is your...
Is
Forte.
he gonna try to kill you?
If he knows who I am. Or worse, he might not. He might do worse than kill me. We'll see. And also, he's
Oh.
not a good person. So even if it wasn't for self-defense, he definitely deserves it. He has it coming, but we can talk about all that later. And then I just walk back to the group.
I think Streak just stands there for a minute, just absolutely like flabbergasted. He just keeps like looking at Rohan and then back to the guy on the stage. You can see his head kind of tilt a little bit, like a bird trying to figure out the connection.
Rohan puts the earring back in. Right.
We need to kill that guy. All right. Anyway, see ya. Don't worry about it.
It's just like, you know, be in surveillance mode. That's all I'm saying. just size him up however much you
Size
need
him
to.
up. There we
Yeah,
go.
this is what Trig is good at. So I don't need to. This I'm not worried about having to tell him much. So I think I go back and start getting some food and eating. I feel like now that Rohan feels like okay, we have a plan now for whatever it's worth. He's like calmed down a little. He's like, okay.
You just walked up and told me that I had to die.
Yes, I've made a decision. We have a plan. I mean, the plan is he has to die. It's not a well thought out plan, but you know, Rohan's like, okay, good. I was not sure what to do. Now I'm sure what to do. Gonna go eat now.
I guess I just go rejoin the group after a minute.
So I think Frey at some point is going to want to start kind of, you know, doing the rounds of the room, introducing himself to people, meeting people, kind of, you know, getting a sense of who is here, who is wealthy, who seems to have, you know, connections, power. Basically just wants to get a sense of the who's who of this university gathering. Is this like a wealthy university?
It is arguably the largest university in the world. Like, it is its own district of the city, Ardenford.
So does that mean like...
But Ardenford is also funded almost exclusively by the guilds, so it is very much a private school.
Okay, okay.
But so there's
pretty much
lots of donors and things like that that'll be here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah, you can go ahead and give me that good Charisma Connect.
Okay.
Actually, you're trying to... You're trying to... Yeah, Charisma Connect's fine.
Okay.
Among the most interesting... Like, this is gonna take a while going through, so... Like, there's a lot of people here, but among the more interesting ones, you learn that Vatina and Inez Valeska are the co-owners of Armorville Investment and Loan, which is, it's kind of like the equivalent of, it's kind of like the equivalent of, like a bank that doesn't really loan to people, it only really loans to companies, that sort of thing.
Okay. And how do you spell their names?
Let me go ahead and get that for you.
I'm gonna ask that for everyone you list, by the way.
Okay, well, we're gonna be here a while. We're gonna be here till you stop asking.
Well, you don't have to give me everybody. Just, you know, a few highlights is fine.
See, but the problem is he has everyone.
Yeah, no, I'm only giving you the highlights, so... these are only the highlights. And in specific, it was Vatina who founded it, and then after the marriage, they became co-owners.
Okay.
It is, do you want me to go into detail about which guilds these companies are most heavily connected to, or... yeah, which guilds?
Yeah, sure.
So, Armorville, AIL, as it's lots of acronyms. Again, I swear to God, Fortuna Soul wasn't supposed to be this horribly Wall Street. It just came out that way. Is exclusively backed by Pearlman Acreage, which is the big one. They are essentially an investment company Historically, they were initially a farm and land ownership company, but they eventually essentially outgrew it, and now they make all of their business by just owning things and charging taxes and increasing rates on things. Their business is literally just spending money and getting more money back than they spend.
What was that business name?
Let me go ahead and get that. I will write that out for you. Perlman Acreage, though most people just call him Perlman now. The name is a bit deprecated. And they are pretty much exclusively backed by that, though they are technically an independent business in the sense that they are not, that no stake of the ownership is by the guilds. Which is, as someone who knows a thing or two about high society, in Vreeland, that's very surprising for essentially a bank. There's a very old gentleman who seems like he doesn't get up for his chair, but a lot of people like come around and have been talking to him by the name of, I'm just gonna type him out as I go to make it a little bit easier for you.
Thank you.
By the name of Noel DeBow. He looks like he's like 120. Like, this guy's old as sin. Like, he looks like he doesn't have the physical capacity to get out of that chair. But apparently he's the most well-respected chemistry professor in Ardenford's history. And, like, he hardly teaches classes anymore. He doesn't really ever make public appearances. He's been retired for, like, 15 years. And so, like, everyone is trying to pick his brain or be able to get to say they talked to him. I'm trying to think of a real-life equivalent. It would be like trying to talk to, like, Stephen Hawking 10 years ago. Even if you know you're not going to get, like, an important answer about something, being able to say that you talked to him about something is probably pretty cool if you're a nerd.
I saw him give a talk at the junior college by my house one time.
You see what I mean? There is an SBI commander by the name of Elaine Beelwhite, who apparently he is not quite being groomed, but he is one of the frontrunners to become one of, like, the big wigs in Sacred Blade Industries. Like, the ones who influence everything. Like, if you had to divide it in three, there's, like, their mercantile portion, there's the military portion, and then there's the outsourcing portion that actually handles, like, the day-to-day. Of, like, hey, you need this many people. Like, they have so many mercenaries working for them that... I say mercenaries in the sense that, like, they're mercenaries to everyone else. They're employees to them. That they literally have an entire, like, one of the branches is just people who handle who's getting hired to work where and things like that. Along with debt collection. But he's being groomed to essentially... He's being expected, a frontrunner, to be one of, like, maybe the commander of the entire, like, training military enforcer branch of Sacred Blade.
Okay.
Other ones. This one kind of sticks out to you. I'm not going to say that they're the most important, but there's a woman by the name of Corinne Garnier. Let me go ahead and spell that. She is a retired Vokai. You get no knowledge on how she got here or why she's here, but it's really weird that there's a fucking priest at this. She's also not very old for being a retired. Like, Vokai normally will continue doing it until they're at least in their 60s or 70s. She doesn't look like she's older than maybe her 50s, but you do hear that apparently she's a retired Vokai and not much else. She gives vibes of, like, I'm just here for the free food, but without, like, directly approaching her or, you know, having a bit of an interrogation. You don't get a lot more. You would just note over the course of your investigations that she goes through at least 3 or 4 plates of food.
Okay, and is Vokai just like any kind of priest, or is that like,
Vokai are
related to
specifically,
specific?
those are specifically Espection priests. Vokai is short for, it's essentially the voice of the Nine, the Vokai.
Okay. I'll have to read up on my religion later.
I could go into a lot more detail, but I'm not going to because this is going to be long enough.
Yeah, no.
They're specifically, I will say this much, they're specifically called Vokai, as in voice, because most of them will focus on a singular saint from the 9 aspects, the 9 saints of Espection, and there'll be a voice of that saint.
Okay.
Other notable ones, let's see here, Oliver Lier, who is apparently a semi-retired merchant, who you run into it, like, essentially, like, I imagine, like, Frey, he, heads into a conversation, listens, interjects here and there to kind of learn what he can, but for the most part, he's not trying to make a scene or anything. Is that a good assumption of how he's doing this?
Yeah, that's right.
There are at least 3 or 4 times that this dude is pretty much doing the same thing. He also, like, Frey, I'm also going to assume here that, correct me if I'm wrong, Frey has a very good spidey sense when it comes to money.
Yeah, he definitely does.
This guy's fucking loaded. Like,
Okay.
no idea what this guy's doing. He's the best you could guess, looking for someone or something, or trying to buy or sell something. You can't say what, but this guy is like if Bill Gates wanted to, like, retire today and go off and just find weird shit that you can't, like, buy somewhere and you have to go find it yourself type of thing. Like, you run into him a bunch of times and you get the vibe this is not the first time he's done that.
All right.
Oh, otherwise, I would say those are the most notable ones that I can give at a glance. There may be more that will come up. If I bring up someone else and you're like, hey, would I have known anything? We'll go through it. But for the sake of everyone else wanting to do the game as well, I think that gives a basic overview of some of the large players.
Sounds good to me.
And of course, there were a few members of the... there were a few very influential, like, vice presidents of Ardenford University that are here as well, that seem to have put it together. So, again, not going to go into any more detail, but feel free to ask. Just remember you rolled an 11.
Okay. I think, going to want to have Frey go and talk more to Oliver Lier, but I'll let the others do stuff first. And I have to go take care of my cat because she's been pawing at me.
Oh, no. Alright, so, in the meantime, while Frey is schmoozing with everyone on the planet, what's going on with Rowan, Strieg, and Mira?
Is Toussaint still in the room?
Yeah, he is, he's near the stage, currently talking with a group of 8 or 10 other people in a rough circle.
Okay. I guess question, do I know if, like, lecturers here, professors here, do they live on campus? Like, I mean, it sounds like this is a pretty big part of town. Are there, like, housing for professors here, or would I know if he's staying here or somewhere else?
Give me an int no. Let's see what you've picked up in your limited time. You can't say for sure, but given the level of affluence and prestige here, there's probably not a lot of on-campus housing. Though it probably would be safe to assume that if someone this well-respected is here, they're going to make every possible accommodation to make him comfortable, which would be on campus if he wants or elsewhere if he doesn't.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay. I think I'm just keeping an eye on him, and I'm like sitting there considering trying to like go spy on him, but I don't want to have to talk to him. So I'm just trying to like figure out if I could like sidle up to this group and listen in on what he's talking about without drawing attention.
Okay. Give me a, without drawing attention, you're gonna try and listen in. It's time for the big example that I gave when I was teaching everyone the system. Give me a charisma sneak.
Not my...
We're being sneaky by schmoozing. Well, we'll see how that does it. You make your way, and after a little while, like, it takes a little bit, you're kind of like, oh, of course, yeah, you know. Stolen valor, of course, yeah, of course, yeah. Handshake, stolen valor, yep, oh, of course, no problem, yep. All that stuff. But you make your way over. It takes a little while, like, I imagine for Rowan this is a lot, like, sure he can schmooze, but this is, I don't think he's been to many very expensive parties like this.
Absolutely not.
So this is very much like, he's learning a new skill as he goes.
Yes.
And, you know, trying to take after Frey's lead and make your way over, kind of getting a vibe here, a vibe there. You get to the point where you can kind of make out what's going on. It seems to be, he's discussing the fears of the Black Sun and what people would do. Like, a lot of people are just asking, like, well, what would you do if it came back? And, like, he's going into, like, a lot of detail about, like, essentially everyone who cannot provide value to a city is going to need to be drafted and ready for war. There will be, because the Umbrai will not stop, and we cannot either. We must have, like, there is no negotiation. If you do not have immediate value and something you can contribute to the city, you will need to be part of its defense. And he goes into a lot more detail on that, but that's the gist of kind of how he's describing it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, makes sense. Okay, yeah, I think after I like pick up, you know, as much as I can to sort of figure out that he's not going to say anything of, like, I don't know what I was listening for.
Yeah,
really.
I was going to say, what were you listening for exactly?
Well,
because...
I don't think Rohan knows either. I think he's just kind of like
trying to figure out what the fuck he's doing here.
Yeah, I think he's just kind of like, keep your friends close, your enemies closer. I mean, if nothing else, maybe the only thing he was kind of trying to listen for is if he said anything about his attitudes about magic, or like his opinions about what it could be used for, or anything like that. But other than that, I don't think he really had like a plan coming over here. I think it was just kind of like, I don't know. It's like if there's a lion in the other corner of the room, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. It feels weird to just like go about your business. You kind of want to know what the lion's up to. So it's like, I think he's just kind of like trying to gather information.
You can try and steer the conversation towards magic if you want.
No.
You want to get in there and talk about it?
No, I think Rohan would. Rohan is in like, I want to kill this person mode. So it's like if I picked up something, great. Otherwise, like, I'm not trying to schmooze this person or whatever. I will catch this person in an alley and behead him or something instead. So it's fine. He just goes back and sits down again.
All right. Meanwhile, Mira and Strieg continuing to be as antisocial as humanly possible.
That is correct, yes.
I'm sorry, alienly possible. I apologize, Alex.
Okay.
It's gonna be wild when you guys find out I'm not joking and Alex's character actually hatched from like a meteor as a real alien.
Definitely. An alien bug.
Excellent.
From outer space.
So, eventually, Rowan gets back to you guys after maybe 15-20 minutes, while you guys are awkwardly schmoozing and eating delicious food. It is as affluent and there are as many options as you could possibly imagine. Cakes, pastries, just full turkeys and chickens. There's an entire roast pig that's been brought out, and there's chefs that are just slicing it and plating it as they go, and then once that's empty, they do more, and then they bring it to the back. All of these just fanciful options. And
Mira
then,
is too stressed to eat right now.
and then eventually, of course, Rowan makes it back. Frey, for better or worse, has adapted to this climate like a fly to honey, or whatever the fucking phrase is that I just brain farted on in the middle of the... Took to it like a bee to honey? No. Either way. Took to it like a mosquito in Florida to a person. And has disappeared into, like, you have lost sight of him, and he is, like, schmoozing as much as possible. So that leaves the three of you, and Garrett, who is obviously having some flashbacks, but without his wife here to presumably help him navigate it, and being very rusty, is probably not in the best of mindsets to be able to handle this. So Ron, you do arrive back after maybe 15-20 minutes.
I think I just sort of like knowingly look at, like, make eye contact with Streak and then go back to eating.
I look at him and shrug, because I'm just like, what am I supposed to do this now? What the fuck?
No. I mean, I guess I wouldn't know that you're thinking that, but...
I think when Rohan gets back, I kind of like lean over and just go, can we leave now? Please?
I would love nothing more, but you gotta ask Frey, not me.
God damn it. Where is Frey?
Lost among a sea of... Frey's also probably the only one who had fancy enough clothing to be considered, like, average or above average for this soiree.
I mean, my clothing can be as fancy as I want.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But anyway, so after a little while, Grayson does make his way back. So I just kind of sits down at the table with you guys. I did tell you I knew someone here would be able to sign those papers over, have it officially yours. He just kind of gives a little half shrug and every stone's gonna be yours. He's on his way over. I have the paperwork here, and he brings out a couple of pieces of parchment with... He's got his wax stamp. I found him. There's a lot of tabs I'm juggling right now because of all the references and stuff I've needed. I apologize.
All good.
And I closed out one of my important ones. I found a coordinator who works for Freyland. You know, they handle a lot of that ownership and things like that. Of course, there was going to be tax coverage, but whatever it is today, I'm going to pay. But of course, there will be taxes moving forward based on amount of people that live there. They'll have a surveyor out there at some point to see how things are going, see what's being produced, all of that stuff. So, depending on what you do with it, you'll have to figure that out. But free to sell it, whatever you want to do, though. I'm sure that will take time. I wish I had more I could offer. At this point, you see this this very thin man with like a large, just jet black twirled mustache, and he just slaps just as hard as he can. Like, you hear a bit of an echo. Just slaps Grayson on the back and just, this is Enrique Moricone. He's a coordinator. Freyland.
Like any more bonus?
He just... Hello there. Yes, I'm Enrique. You could call me Reek if you wish. Grayson here has... For all of his faults, which are many, very many, let me tell you, he is a good man, and I do owe him a favor, and even here at this nice party where I'm so incredibly happy to be able to relax and have a day off, I am willing, God's willing, to help him out.
Great, thank you.
So, we will be signing this over. I know that his account will take care of all of the taxation for the transfer, all of that stuff. I will make sure to have a deed written up. I believe that we have a couple of copies of it already. What is the name that we are going to be putting it under for ownership? Do you have a company, guild, some such? Who is the official ownership of it?
That's a good question. We don't have any official things. I guess we just pick someone.
Do we just put it under Garrett?
Well, Garrett already has an estate, so I think he's probably...
Well, I already have one. I don't really need to... Look, what's my wife even going to be able to do with that? Like, she's gonna get so mad if she finds out I bought a house without talking to her about it. Especially something that big.
I propose we put it in Mira's name, because Mira spent the most time there.
I mean, I don't really know very much about property or taxes.
It's okay, it's worthless anyway.
I can...
Oh, I would assure you, even in its current state, Riverstone is far from worthless.
No, I'm joking, of course, yes.
I would wager it well over a couple of thousand gold's worth of value just in how it stands, though. I would obviously have to have you would have to hire a surveyor to give it a proper estimate,
Sure.
analysis, that sort of thing, and of course anyone buying it would want to go out there. But I'm sure if you could get a protected, proper road out there, it could be worth quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can all manage it or share it or whatever, but I guess if we have to pick someone's name, that's my vote. But you guys
Do you have any kind of group name, maybe? I mean, I'm not sure how long all of you have been traveling together.
I mean, we haven't thought of one. I don't have any ideas.
Don't look at me.
Garrett just kind of, all I know is my wife was always the creative one. I was more of the problem solver.
Yeah, I think we'll probably have to think about what name to.
All right. Well, you can find me. We do have a office of land needs and such. Just ask around for a. And Enrique just immediately stands up and just ask around for the coordinator's office at the. He just kind of motions vaguely to the south. Just ask around for the Central Hall coordinator's office, and I myself or one of the other coordinators will likely be there at the given time and be able to fill everything out for you. We could schedule a surveyor to come out and give an appraisal, though less of an official one. You would need to hire someone from one of the guilds, something like that, to get a official appraisal that would hold value. Ours is more of a, yes, that exists, and it is in this state for this amount of time. It has been abandoned, but it is something that we could have done if you're going to be heading back that way. But either way, with that, he turns to Grayson. My job with you is over for the day. I appreciate it. I owe you nothing now, and goodbye. And he darts back to the party.
Okay.
All right then.
Well, that went a little bit worse than I was expecting. You know what? It's okay. It's just he owed me a favor. Now he doesn't. It's fine. You can see that I'm serious about this. Just let me know because I will need to be there for some of the paperwork signing, that sort of thing.
Okay, we'll do.
We could do it at.
Well,
He kind of thinks for a second. How about dawn tomorrow? Does that work?
sure, perfect. And I guess maybe I don't know. Maybe I would know this already, or I can ask him. Like, do we need to have something official, or is it just whatever name we choose? Like, do we have to go start a business somewhere, or?
I mean, eventually you'll probably have to, but right now to start with, it's more of just, proof of ownership. But you will need, just some sort of established, essentially writ saying that you're the owner. And one way to handle that is, we are part of this company, and everyone this company has ownership of it, that sort of thing. And then the rest of the paperwork, anyone as a member of this company can do anything on behalf of the manor, any sort of work, any sort of hiring, firing, guild business, all of that can be handled by anyone who is a part of that company, and that can be incorporated and confirmed through the Central Hall.
Okay, makes sense. All right, we will. We'll think of something.
Of course. Anyway, I do need to be going, not leaving, but I'm meeting someone. So, are you all going to be, kind of looks around. I see, Frey's already left, but, rest of you going to be alright? Yeah? Seem on edge a bit.
We'll be good. This just isn't really our scene. Except Frey. It's
Gives
his
a nod.
scene.
Oh, I mean, at least enjoy as much food as you can. Food, drink, all that stuff. Like I said,
Will do.
if I see you guys later, I'll come and swing around. Otherwise, I'll meet you in the morning at the coordinator's office.
Okay, we'll do.
And he begins to head off. You see him heading towards a stairwell that presumably leads to the second floor balcony.
I think as soon as he's out of sight, I just start looking around to see if Frey is still around or not, and just sort of heading towards the door to leave as soon as possible as we possibly can.
Meanwhile, let's see what Frey is doing. Because I know for a fact Frey's not gonna be leaving just yet.
Make it sound so ominous.
So, Frey has been schmoozing for the better part of an hour, kind of learning some of the big players here, getting an idea of what's going on. It seems like the main purpose of this banquet is going to be, tonight they are looking for investors. They're going to be building a new wing of the university. Or remodeling. You're not actually sure, and it's not so much that you didn't get information, but you were getting conflicting information on whether or not they're doing a huge remodel and addition or building a whole new one. The vibe you get is a lot of people aren't sure, and this is very much like a press conference type of thing, so people know what's going on as much as it is a fundraising. So,
Okay.
So yeah, with that said, what else is Frey doing?
So I think after a while, kind of, after he's made his rounds a bit, he is going to look for Oliver Lier, because he seemed another person who was not particularly a normal part of this crowd.
Alright, now, question. Has Frey been using his real name for all of this when he needs to introduce himself?
Yes.
Okay. So you kind of wait a couple of minutes, and you eventually see Oliver kind of like, again, he's 50s, 60s, kind of fancy, like very fancy, like black suit, lots of chains that seem to be either like a dark gray as well, like almost like an onyx, things like that. To contrast his very much like silver, almost shoulder-length wavy hair. And he just kind of like has been making his way, and finally after a little while he heads off. He's holding a glass of wine, and you can see him like walking towards one of the tables. And as you kind of like, I assume you're gonna approach him while he's kind of alone and not in a group setting.
Yeah. So Frey would come up alongside him as, it seems like he's heading towards a table, and said, may I join you all this time on my feet? Where's the man out?
Of course. Not a problem. I was just refilling my wine. Now, you will note, he is holding a glass of red wine, and he is currently filling a second glass with white wine.
Frey notes this, and he'll say,
Mr.
they do have quite the selection.
Mr. Frey, I apologize, I'm not incredibly good with names.
Frey Varrock. Yes,
Mr.
we ran
Varrock.
into each other a few times, and you were, Mr. Oliver Lier, was it?
That would be correct. I haven't seen you at many of these. Are you new in town?
I am indeed, only just arrived.
So, what is it you're looking for? What is it I could do to help you? Anything? Most people don't approach me asking about... Oh. As you said, we've seen each other a few times. That's curious for one of these.
He smiles a bit, taking that seat. Well, what made you think I was looking for anything in particular?
Because no one wants to talk to someone one-on-one in these things unless they want something. See anyone else sitting alone?
I was only curious, really. It's clear that everybody else here is very much at home at the university, a frequent face at these sorts of gatherings. But well, I felt that you were a man like myself, very much a newcomer.
Not quite a newcomer as much as I am looking for something.
Let me rephrase. Very much someone who is not normally a frequent visitor of the academies.
He considers his words for a very long, drawn-out moment. Perhaps you have me, He pauses again. Perhaps you have me at a bit of a disadvantage here. I'm just... not the most interested in the extended conversations. I come to these because I am in need of something. Beyond that, I don't know if there's a lot I could say without... And at this point, he looks at you and just looks very closely at you.
Frey smiles and kind of like steeples his hands, resting his chin on top of them as he looks at this fellow. And he says, well, I must admit that my own interests are less so in the academic areas and more so in the esoteric. I am well, rather good at finding information, and if there's something you're looking for.
Oh. At this point, he vaguely just begins moving his hand in a very careful motion, his fingertips touching, and after a couple of times, he puts his hand into a fist and then touches his forehead right above his temple, or right like above where his temple meets. And as he does, you see his eyes flash for just a moment, a silvery white. What is your angle, Mr. Virok? You're apt. So what is it you want?
Well, I suppose, to be frank, I'm new to the city. I'm simply hoping to make some valuable acquaintances, learn my way around, and prove my value in return. I came from quite a thriving business in Alisair. I sadly have left that behind, so I'm hoping to find something new.
Well, I wish I could help you with more, but... I'm not even gonna have you roll for this. He is definitely distracted, like... He definitely is giving off that vibe that, like, he's in the middle of something and you are slowing down something he considers very important. And he is trying to either get out of this conversation or figure out what the fuck you want and then get out of this conversation. And the fact that you're just kind of word vomiting into him continuing it, like, he's not exactly pleased by it.
Okay.
Like, he's not hiding his displeasure at where this conversation is going, is a shorter way of phrasing it. Mr. Virok, of all the wine bottles in all the city, somehow we are sitting across from the same. And to judge that as a coincidence would be surprising. One so apt to another. I would wager that there is something that you want here, some reason that you have found me in particular. Some reason that we ran into each other a few times, so... I'm going to ask you again if there's something that you want from me. Something that I can help you with to help speed this along. Because I do not wish to make a scene, I assume you do not as well, but if I have to in order to continue my business, I will do so. So, what do you want, or what can you offer me, Mr. Rock?
Ray, oh, all right then. I suppose I can be blunt. I have a knack for reading fortunes, finding secrets, finding knowledge from unusual sources. Like I said, my interests are more in the esoteric, but I could give you a reading. I could help you through other avenues with whatever this task of yours might be.
Give me a charisma convince.
Okay.
God damn.
Holy shit.
I mean, it's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. It's impossible.
He's just too cute to refuse.
Oh.
Who could say no to Frey?
Not exactly one thing.
I am always looking for angles that people are attempting to pull, if you will. I'm sure you're very apt at reading fortunes. And as he says that, he again just moves 2 fingers on his forehead, just kind of like up from his temple right on his hairline again, reminding you that he knows of your arcane prowess. But why are you offering this to me? What is it that I have that is so... Please. No one offers anything for free, especially not in Vreeland, Mr. Varrock. So what is it that you gain from this exchange?
Well, it's like I said earlier, and I was only being perfectly honest. I'm looking for connections, and you seem to be a man with them. You have the... Forgive me if I'm wrong, but you have the sense of a merchant about you. And a successful one at that. And I simply just wish to start building some useful contacts.
Well,
Money, favors in return for however I can help.
Fortunately, it is less of a fortune I am looking for and more of informants. People who have information.
And I can find plenty of information, I promise you that. Here, I of course, it's I understand it's certainly a lot to buy into. Let us say we meet and I give you a sample of what I can do. Let me give you a fortune. Let me do a reading for you. And if you're not impressed, then we can part ways and that will be that.
He considers with yet another one of those long, drawn-out moments. I'm willing to humor your fortune, but I want something else.
What would that be?
I am in need of information. I know how to get what I need, but there is a Sacred Blade office not far from the gates to Ardenford. I'm sure if you didn't see it, it's not far off the road from whence you arrived. I need you to get me a key to the back door there. Do that and we'll talk.
Very well, I'll see what I can do.
I'll be waiting. West 1 block over.
And when shall you be waiting?
Tonight. I don't know when. I'll either be waiting, or more likely you'll wait for me. If you're so interested in my information as a contact, then I'm sure it will be of no trouble for you. And of course, this conversation never happened.
Of course. We barely crossed each other's paths.
He stands up and, carrying 1 glass of white wine and one of red in his hand, he begins to head off. You have noted through the conversation he was sipping from each of them.
All right. So Frey will wait a couple minutes, just kind of taking his time with his own glass of wine. But then I think he will go and start looking for the others.
We're all sitting at the table waiting for Dad to come back.
none of us has moved. I got up, walked to the door, waiting for you, and then I noticed you weren't leaving, and then I went and sat back down.
Not only is Frey not leaving, Frey ended up like disappearing into the crowd to talk to somebody for 20 minutes.
Yep.
Oh.
We're all playing Go Fish now.
Right. So, after well over an hour of schmoozing, talking, it's, mid-afternoon at this point, and Frey finally arrives back.
He comes back with a freshly filled glass of wine and like a little plate of little cute little dessert things.
Nice.
And yeah, he'll come and sit down and just well, that was certainly enlightening.
Like
We
little
all
like
don't
apple
seem-
fritters or something.
Yes.
Did you meet anyone interesting?
I met a great many interesting people. It seems that, well, the Academy is hoping to wine and dine some investors, so there's a great many people in a great many positions of power or social influence here, and he lowers his voice a bit. And I might have just found an interesting job if, well, I for one would like to make a promising contact. At least if we're going to be in Fortunisol for a while.
Mm-hmm. What's the job?
Let's not talk about it right here. And,
Okay.
well, you all do seem a little bored.
No.
Well, I would have liked to talk to some people, but there's just so many of them.
Well, if you want a bit of help, well, I could certainly introduce you.
Maybe another time. It seems like we have other things to take care of. She raises an eyebrow at the rest of the group.
I look at Rohan.
Rohan is just surreptitiously staring at the back of Toussaint's head, just staring daggers at him, but as surreptitiously as he can. It's covertly.
I kind of glance back to the group. Maybe later. Later we might have some things to do, apparently.
Yeah. I might have some things for us. Although I don't know if everyone will want to be involved, but we'll see. We'll see.
Well, let's be on our way then. I could use some fresh air and a pleasant walk.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Amazing.
All right, I guess we're heading out then.
Yes.
So I think once they're out on the street and a bit of a distance away from the building where the banquet is, Frey will tell them about his meeting with this Oliver person, and just how his own interest is basically just he just wants to start making some connections, getting some favors in. And yeah, he mentions how, and it's a bit outside of the normal work I do, but, well, maybe not outside of the normal work that, well, some of the rest of you do, but, well, he's looking for a key into a Sacred Blade office.
How much is he paying?
Oh, well, this was only... this is more of an exchange of favors.
So he's not paying?
No, he's not paying.
Come on, Street. Don't you want to put our disguises to use. I'm gonna switch
Right.
back. I'm gonna turn my glamour off, switch back into the Blades outfit. Uniform.
Like in the middle of the thing, or is after you leaving?
After we leave,
Okay.
yeah.
So
When-
you
when
guys
there
are
is
done
looking
here
to
then.
things.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
But yeah, Frey will smile and say, well, if you have the right connections, that's so, that can be so much more powerful than just, a pocket of coin.
Streak looks a little disbelieving at this, but eventually just shrugs and nods.
You know, if you have rich friends, then you get more than one pocket of coins. So that's, you know,
I once had
anytime you need money, there they.
one of my patrons once gave me an entire summer in their quite nice townhouse. It was quite pleasant.
Yeah, that sounds nice.
So we need to steal a key from the police?
Key to the back door. That's what it was, right? The key to the back door?
Yes, he wanted the key to the back door of the office that was just outside of
Alrighty.
the Ardenford University grounds.
Seems like it should be easy enough. Oh, I guess I should fill the rest of you in, real quick, before we walk into a police station. So like I told Mira, you guys may remember that when we found Mira, I said that I also had some experience with being trapped somewhere for, you know, a decade. And Toussaint, the professor, Edelwein, he was the one who trapped me. I was held prisoner on his estate. Me and the rest of my Raychlorian Navy company were held there for, about a decade, until I finally broke free and made a run for it. So he's not a good person. Yeah. And at this point, I look at Streak and make eye contact and just like knowingly kind of nod at him, you know. But anyway, that's all for later. Let's go steal a key from a police station, I guess.
I'm sorry that you went through that. Was it the war?
It was after the war. We came back from the Black Sun, and we were, off the coast during the Black Sun. We were on an island. After we got back, we'd sort of been away from civilization for so long. We were trying to, we ran into some people and asked them for help, for supplies, and help getting to civilization. And that was Toussaint's people, and they captured us. And I think I don't know. I honestly don't know exactly what his goal was there. Obviously, it seems like he was working against the Raychlorians, but I don't think that's really the reason he did it, because he could have killed us, but he kept us there for 10 years. I think he suspected that I was apt and wanted to use my magic for his own purposes or something, maybe. But I never really confirmed that for him. I just sort of denied it the whole time and refused to use it for him. And then finally, I was able to use it to break free, with the help of some other people in my company. It's been a little while. It's been a few years, but it was a lot to see him again.
Yes, I can only imagine what that is worrying, especially with his rhetoric, the things
Yeah.
he spoke of.
Yeah, and with how Grayson was talking about how, I don't know, amazing he is and how much power he should have and stuff is worrying. Yes.
Aye, those ideas catch on. Though it seemed the lady Valessa, well, from the look on her face, it seemed like she did not approve at all. So
Yeah.
at least whatever those feelings are, they're not unanimous.
Yeah. Well, you know, Rohan is just like considering, because he knows like I think Strieg can probably pick up that like he clearly asked Strieg because he knows Strieg is not gonna judge him, but I think Rohan is like just like self-possessed enough that he knows that if he tells the other people what he wants to do, they will talk him out of it, or they'll want to at least. And so he's like, do I want to let them in on this? We'll deal with it later. It's fine. They don't need to know.
We'll deal with it later. What a healthy mentality after asking your friend to go back to their old assassin ways.
I mean, Mira was sad about stealing a couple coins from drunks.
This guy was a slave owner. I feel like this is okay.
You should ask her what she thinks.
I feel like I shouldn't ask her what she thinks. She might disagree with me.
Oh, all right.
I think Rowan is very much an ask for forgiveness, not permission person.
So, as you guys make your way out of Ardenford University and back onto the streets of the city proper, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we figure out what your guys' plan moving forward is going to be. Alrighty, so after that incredibly healthy discussion about what the party's plan is going to be moving forward, we can go ahead and continue as you guys leave Ardenford University after, you know, making some contacts with some big wigs, getting to know some of the players, finding out what's going on. The city is yours, the day is yours, and the narrative is yours. I can't always have just people from your life just appear in front of you.
Sometimes you can, though.
What time of day is it about?
Early afternoon. Like 2-ish, so afternoon.
I mean, do we want to do this now, or is this like a wait for the cover of darkness kind of thing?
I think we should go now because there'll be other people there and we can blend in. But you have to go change back into the uniform, right? If we're both going in.
I thought you glamored the uniform.
Well, so I have the uniform on and then I glamored on regular clothes over it. But you would have had to change out of the uniform because they're like physical clothes.
Street doesn't get it, but okay.
So, yeah, okay. So it's like, when I disguise you, your clothes, you turn into this other person, and your clothes turn into the officer clothes. So, like, at some point between that and us going to the banquet, I assume you, like, changed into non-officer clothes, because, you know, we don't want to walk in as a police officer, I guess, but... yeah. I'm still wearing the clothes, because I can just pretend I'm not, but you would have had to actually change, because you can't glamour stuff, so...
Okay, I guess we're going back to the hotel real quick then.
Yay. Cool. We can go do that, and then come back here.
Was this a nice
Probably
hotel?
check on Henrietta.
Yes. Good point. Ronnie, what did you say?
Was this a nice hotel?
I don't think so.
It wasn't a
was-
not nice hotel.
Yeah. It was implied that one of the rooms had a lot of shit in it. As in literal shit. And also, he seemed very okay with Henrietta, with the prospect of Henrietta shitting in the room, so. It seems not me.
Okay, Freya's gonna go look for new lodgings.
You guys did give him free chicken. Oh yeah, they gave away the chickens for free.
Oh, yeah, we can.
We got an extra night out of it.
The chickens that you guys brought all the way.
That's true, we did get lodging for free. The exchange of favors. Okay, cool. So we are back at the hotel, I'm assuming, and streak's gonna change. Do all of you guys want to come in? I don't think I can disguise everyone, but I guess I could make people invisible. If the rest of y'all want to come in also.
Technically, invisibility is a disguise.
Yeah. I can't make you all cops, is my point, I guess, but... maybe that's
Well,
feasible.
well, I think that if I came along and if I was just invisible, it would be a bit of a waste.
Okay, fair enough,
Maybe.
yeah.
If you need a distraction, I could always keep them occupied.
That's true, yeah. I will ask Garrett to give Frey the earring. So that, because I assume Frey will be doing the like schmoozing or whatever if we need somebody to like, you know.
So you have
So,
someone
talk to
to
them.
be, so he can be like, yeah, you've been made, go, 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 that kind of thing.
Exactly.
Yes. He will
cool.
take the earring, switch it out with one of his own, groaning a little because he does not like this earring. He does not like having people in his head.
Well, you know, it is what it is.
Do you think we'd
Um,
have a better chance if we sent me and Invisible?
I think us being cops is probably best because we are like
What if the cops are there?
the cops that we look like.
Yes.
Then we leave, and then we come back in invisible.
Okay.
I think we can make it work. It'll be fine.
Alright.
I can just make us invisible on the spot then. I don't even need to, you know. Alright.
Okay.
Is there anything you want me to do? I
I
can't
think
really say that I feel good about it.
I think just hang out with Frey. You guys can, you know, if it seems like we're in trouble, we'll call you in, or like if we need a distraction, you guys can walk up to the front desk and be like, I don't know, whatever.
We'll come up with something.
Sure.
Frey
I
sounds
trust
very
you guys.
confident about that.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds
Alright.
very unsure.
All right. Let's go. Cool. Are we there? Are we going in now?
All right, so you guys head. It is not a large office, but you can see that across the street from it, like across the alley from it, like.
All right.
So you head in. It's about.
Yeah, I guess we head back to this Blades
Yeah.
station.
Yeah,
And
I assume you guys have nothing
walk
else
in
to
the
do
front
on the way
door.
there. So
What's around the station?
that's what I was getting to. So, it's about not quite half a
Very
block. There's like a
outside.
bit of a
Did we
winding.
lose Robert.
I'm sorry.
Ruh-roh.
Hello.
Uh-oh.
Can you guys hear me? Hello? Can you guys not hear me? Uh-oh.
No,
No,
we
we
can't hear
cannot.
you.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, okay. Now,
Now we
okay,
can.
we heard that.
Oh, very lovely. Well, it seems my internet did like a soft restart, and I can see some fun issues here. Give me 1 second to fix some of these up.
Of course.
What's that? Can you guys hear me okay now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Righty, yeah, everything's happy on my end, weirdly. And I never had any hiccups or anything. So,
Weird.
let's switch songs just to make sure nothing gets desynced there. And anyway, so, yeah, you make your way over towards the... It's gonna be wild if you look back on the recording how, like, everything was just fine on my end the whole time. So you make your way back after heading down to the quarters where you got your plan in motion, you got dressed, got your things ready, got your plan B ready, and made your way back where there's a bit of like, almost like a winding path that, calling it, it's still cobblestone. It's not like a alleyway or anything, but it's off the main road slightly to this office, and then the office has a single small, like, it's a very nondescript building between it and the secondary road that cuts off further into the neighborhood. And then behind it is a alleyway, and across from the alleyway is a large stone structure. Strieg, you would know that that stone structure is essentially one of the Sacred Blade prisons.
Yep, we're in the right place.
And yeah, the office is just across from the prison, with a bit of a winding road. It's not directly on the main road, just kind of laid back off of it. And there are, like, are you guys just walking in the front door? What's the plan?
Well, I guess one question: does it look like how big is it? Like, does it look like there's gonna be like?
This is not
It's
a very
empty.
large office.
Is it gonna be like empty with one person at the desk? Like, does it seem like that small, or does it seem like there's probably people inside?
It's from what you can see, it is a 2-story building. It is mostly made of wood. There are a couple of nice limestone carved pillars by the front door. There's a little bit of like an overhang. It looks more like it was like at one point a nice manor that probably got converted or retrofitted to become an office than anything else. You don't see a lot of foot traffic or anything. It seems much more office than police station, if you wanted to go that way with it.
But does it it looks like a manor on the outside?
Kind of, yeah. Like, it looks like if you tried to retrofit a manor to look like a business.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what planning we could do out here. We might as well go in.
I'm fully just following Rohan.
And Frey is gonna wait outside until
Rohan,
he.
who
Yeah.
famously makes good decisions. Okay.
Sure.
Right. So Frey's staying out. Rowan and Strieg are going in?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
As cops. As blades.
All right. Now give me a luck save. Now, I'm not gonna make you roll on the off chance that
The
that you
same
turned into
officer.
someone they recognize. I'm not that much of a dick.
Okay.
Uh,
Honestly,
you-
I fully expected you would, so.
You go.
I did too.
You go inside. There is a small lantern hanging by the entryway, and then there is on the other side of this opening foyer so on the left side there's a desk. On the right side there is a set of stairs that go up and then turn 90 degrees and finish going up to the second floor. Beyond the desk on the first floor is a hallway heading back. At the desk there is a small gentleman. You can't really make out a lot about them. Kind of like 40s, 50s maybe, kind of balding, thinning hair, wearing what looks like a nice monocle on a fairly nice lapel type of, like, just a nice suit, but definitely not fancy. Very much browns and grays. And, got a bit of a comb over going on, and it's very obvious as he was looking down at paperwork when you walked in, and he just looks up at you and, hello, what, to what do we owe the pleasure?
Hi, we're over from another part of town west of here. We are working with some of the people at this station, at this office, on, you know, a string of robberies that we've seen. So we were just hoping to.
Go on.
Perfect. Thank you.
Rolls his eyes and just motions you past.
Cool. Just gonna walk in.
Head.
Yep, following.
Just head down the hallway. On the right of your hallway, there is a door. The hallway continues down after about 10 more feet, opens up into a larger room, and it looks like there's also going to be a door on your left a few feet.
Okay.
The right one's almost like immediate once you get into the hallway.
I guess we'll check that one. One on the right.
All right, you open it. You can see like it's angled. This is a closet under the stairs.
Okay. I close it and check the other one.
All right. That one opens up to, you can see there are 4 small beds. Describing them as beds is probably generous. Cots with a heavy amount of bedding is probably a better description, with small lock boxes under each of them, and there's one person sleeping on one of them right now.
And they're asleep.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
That's not it.
Boxes. I think that is it. The lock boxes.
They would have back door keys?
I mean, I assume they have keys to the station or whatever, right? I don't know. I assume we like close the door and we're just like
You're having this conversation while there's a guy just
yeah, just, like close the door and then walk back outside and have this conversation.
Okay, so you're standing in the hallway having this conversation. All right.
Yes. Yeah, can you pick locks?
Not well.
Right.
I can try.
I just remembered the last time we tried to pick locks, and Demira had to come out of a coma to help us. All right. Well, I guess we're gonna try. Wait, are these the only 2 rooms down here, down this hallway?
No, as I said, the hallway opens up into a larger room at the end.
Okay, so that's another one.
Yeah, these are just doors that were on the sides of the hall.
Okay, gotcha. Let's go check the big room, I guess, first. And then if we need to deal with the sleeping person room, then we can do that.
Yeah, okay.
Cool. I guess we will head down to the room that the hallway opens up into.
As you head down there, you can smell something that I'm sure you both recognize for different reasons, but it is the aroma of coffee. And
Okay.
you kind of make your way down, and you hear like something. It sounds like wood sliding on wood, and as you get to the room, you can see it looks like essentially like a break room or something. It's essentially a kitchen retrofitted to be a break room. You can see there is what looks like some lukewarm coffee that was probably pulled in from a merchant on the streets within the last hour or so. There's another enforcer who is standing up and just, sorry, it's getting cold. Have some if you look.
No
Kind of shrugs and pats you on the shoulder.
Cool. I'll grab some coffee. Why not?
He
here,
he
might
heads
as
out
well.
down the hallway past you, from where he was sitting on a small. When I say small, I mean maybe 2 people could eat at this table. Small round table that has 4 chairs next to it. There's also obvious evidence of boot prints on the table, like someone had their feet up. Consistently enough that there's some chips on the table from it.
Okay. Are there any like cabinets or drawers or something that I can rifle through?
Yeah, I mean it's a retrofit kitchen. It's got cabinets and things.
Cool. I'm just trying to see if there's like a janitor's key ring or something.
Right,
Yeah, can I help him look?
All right. In that case, Strieg, how are you helping? Are you both just each like, I'll take this half, you take that half?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
Both of you give me a int notice.
Okay.
Oof.
Lot of brassware streak. Ooh, lot of brassware streak. Like you kind of
That's a
like
lot of
you start trying to
brassware.
like pull open a drawer and it's like stuck and you're like trying to like jimmy it and finally you get it, and when you do there's like this kind of clanging sound as a bunch of the brassware kind of hits against each other. It's not really organized in any way, just random forks, knives, and spoons just shoved in a drawer. And as it does, you just hear a call from the other end of the hallway. Is everything okay in there? You good?
Yep, everything's good.
I'll just call back. Damn drawer was stuck.
You begin to hear, you hear like a chair sliding and then boots on wood getting closer to you.
Christ. Okay, I'm gonna close whatever drawer I'm looking at and just sort of stand there and sip coffee. Try to look, I don't know, inconspicuous.
Yeah, I'll just grab a spoon and make like I was stirring sugar into coffee or something.
Just stirring the coffee. Like, oh yeah, of course, yeah. He just comes in.
Coffee.
It's always that one, isn't it? Give me 1 second. He comes over and like, he like starts lifting it up and he hip checks it a couple times. Just, and it like shudders a bit. Then it slides out, easy and in and out. Who are you all supposed to be meeting with anyway?
Oh, I don't remember their names. We ran into them at one of the crime scenes, so...
Was it Emmett?
Yes, I think that's it. I'd probably know for sure if I saw him, saw his face, but I think that's correct.
Well, she...
Oh, okay. Then I don't think that's it then, sorry. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember his name, sorry.
That's all right, but she's don't believe going to the end today. Otherwise, I don't know. What can I? Maybe I could help you get this underway. Gods know we have enough people wandering in and out of here these days.
Yeah,
Said we're supposed to have increasing security, double checking, making sure everyone's legitimate, all that shit. If someone's trying to wander in here, souls.
Yeah, I totally understand. I think we're okay. They're already, the officers that we've been speaking to are already sort of up to speed. So I think we're probably good. We'll just see if we can catch them when they are in, maybe tomorrow morning.
No hurry. At least finish off the emotions towards the coffee. I'm not going to be having any more, and it's kind of gross once it gets cold.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Who was
Hold it up
what were
and
these
make it
thefts
cheers.
about? Gods know we have enough thefts, but what was this one about exactly? That it was such a string that you had to head over here. I can check the files, see if we have any mention of it. May have already apprehended them.
That's true. I think it was sort of family heirlooms from a few different, well-to-do families around town. It was. I'm trying to.
Oh, this is River. Wow. And why did you? How did it end up here?
This person's been working their way across town. We were at Ardenford just now speaking to some of the founders there. I think that they mentioned that they'd spoken to people at the local station, so we were dropping by to see what they'd gotten, what information they'd gotten from them.
Actually, warn us about this.
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, it's a clusterfuck, and I wish they'd warn us about this sort of thing.
Yeah.
They never get any warnings about this sort of thing. Why do they Why do they always... He's a serial thief. Killers, sure, I understand. Just wants to kill people, but... Who just wants to steal heirlooms? I don't understand. Steal shit that's valuable.
I know. I think they just probably have a vendetta out against people who are, you know, more well-to-do, the nicer part of society. Who knows what these poor criminals are out for, you know?
Fuck 'em.
Absolutely.
Oh no, they might lose what a vase that's been in their family 100 years. Fucking jagoffs. Spits on the floor and walks back to his seat.
Amazing. I look at Streak just like, this is so much lying. I didn't expect this to be like this. Can I?
I'm taking a very slow sip of my coffee, just like one eyebrow raised. Just watching this go down.
This is actually exactly like Viserion. Like, I wasn't expecting it to be like one person. Or like, I thought that was a possibility, but you know, whatever. I guess to Robert, when that guy was in here, did I like maybe get a look at, was he carrying like keys or anything?
Yes, he did have keys on his belt. He had a brass key ring with about 7 or 8 keys on it.
Okay. And we didn't find anything in the drawers here, right?
Not yet. You would be pretty confident in saying they probably don't keep their keys in the kitchen.
Yeah, I wouldn't think
/ break room.
Yeah. Well, if he was carrying
no other
keys...
doors we saw. This was the last door.
First floor. And last door that you've seen.
Okay.
The fact that he's carrying keys makes me think that maybe... I mean, it could be because he's working the front desk or whatever, but maybe maybe all the officers carry keys of some kind, in which case they might be in the lockbox.
Also, again, you've had... there's also been 3 enforcers here. Not 1.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean there's only been 1? There's guys asleep in the other room.
I mean, he's asleep. I was hoping to blend in. You can't blend in with somebody who's asleep on a bed.
You go sleep next to him, you will.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna sort of, after I finish this coffee, I'm gonna put the cup down or whatever, and then I'm gonna, as like quietly as I can, try to like not draw attention from this guy again, or like have him look at me. I'd like to try to sneak back into the room with the cots in it.
Okay.
And
a deck sneak.
okay.
He notices you heading back that way. Silent when needed.
Amazing. And then once I am in there, I would like to try to, I guess, pick the lockbox that, well, I guess first, can I just try to see if all of the other lockboxes are open or closed? Like, are they all locked?
The other ones are all shut. They don't have a brass lock or anything on them.
Okay.
So, yeah. I mean, you could
so just
open them and
one
check. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, if I open one, I assume it's empty.
You can see one has what looks like a wad of, like wadded up parchments on it. Like somebody just wadded up and, like, you know, threw some parchments in it, like a trash can. That's it.
Okay. Yeah, then I would like to try to, I assume the one with the guy who's actually sleeping, that one has a lock on it.
That one has a small brass lock on it. And you also see that...
lockbox?
I'm sorry?
How big is the lockbox?
It's probably about, I would say, between 1.5 feet and 2 feet wide by about 1 foot long by about 6 or 7 inches tall.
Okay. All right. Well,
and the guy does have a, at least from what you can see, like, he's not under a cover or anything, but you do see at least, like, 2 keys on a key ring on his belt.
Oh, fuck me. Okay. On his belt. Okay.
I do love the idea that you thought he put the keys in the box.
it's very uncomfortable to sleep with keys on your belt.
Yeah, but if you put the keys in the box, how do you get the box open?
I assumed they were like different keys. These are like keys to the station. He might have one small one that's in his pocket, but like...
Oh, you do see at least 2 from the way you're standing. Keys on a key ring.
Okay.
Okay, wait. Hear me out for a second.
Yeah.
You're in a dark room.
Yeah.
You glow, but only you can see the glow.
Yeah.
So the door is shut. It's pitch black to this guy. You can see him. Just take the keys, and if he wakes up, like, back up, and if you really need to, go invisible.
Well, what I was thinking is I can maybe... if I could find scissors, I could just cut his belt and just slide them off.
Don't you have a knife or anything?
Yeah, but a knife, I mean, like, I could try. A knife is a little less elegant. You have to use a lot of force to get a knife to cut a
scissors exist in
belt.
this period.
I know. Alright. I guess I'm gonna try.
Scissors were invented like 4,000 years ago.
Did we see scissors in the drawers?
Yes, you did.
Okay, I'm gonna go grab the scissors and come back.
A nice set of brass kitchen shears.
Amazing.
They're a little, not rusty, but they're a little, like, they're not the nicest, but, you know, grab them.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have my ghost light on. Is the room dark once I close the
yes,
the
there
door?
is on the other side, there is one small window, but it is covered by a drape.
Okay.
Also, given that you're now, like, going in on this, let me... There we go. All right.
Am I supposed to be seeing something?
No. I was just changing the music.
Okay, perfect. Yes, okay. Alrighty. Yeah, I'd like to bring the scissors back, and I would like to, as delicately as possible, just try to snip his belt, like, where the key ring is, and so that I can slide them off.
Alrighty, give me a dex sneak.
Okay. And the second he starts to move, I am going to cast invisibility if I need to. So I'm just prefacing that. Okay.
Now, invisibility is a spell that has both, like, you know, vocal and somatic components to it, to use the
that's
D&D
fine. Sure.
phrase. So
yeah,
it would be
not
obvious you're
casting
casting a spell.
Yeah, I'm not casting it yet, but if he starts moving, then I will.
If you cast invisibility on yourself, are you leaving me hanging high and dry?
Yup.
No.
Fuck.
I'll, like, come grab you and we can walk out. I mean, there's no, like, reason that you...
Yeah, but wouldn't the glamour drop on me?
No. I think until I dispel it.
Okay.
Yeah, illusions are crazy strong like that. They just kind of can last forever.
Yeah, invisibility gets
God.
interrupted if I cast a thing, but not the true disguise thing.
Okay.
That's why it's called
Don't
true
mind me.
disguise.
Mm. Yes. I'm really hoping this works.
Alright, so with that, you begin just kind of clipping the belt. It takes a moment. The shears probably don't see a lot of use. But after, like, you know, you kind of have to, like, do that thing with your scissors where you, like, do them a bunch of times to get them, like, unstuck.
Yeah.
Then you finally get them and you, like, clip, and it takes a minute. Guy's, like, knocked out. He's like,
Amazing.
and the belt is... It is not a clean cut. It is very much a tattered cut.
Great. Even better.
But you were able to cut it.
Maybe he'll just think, like, maybe rats chewed through it or something. You know? I doubt
you
it.
threw it and stole my keys.
Maybe. Who knows? Or maybe it was like a child, you know? Who knows? Alright.
A child broke into the police station and
through my
stole my
belt.
keys. chewing through my mail. All right, so you're able to remove it. The keyring has on total 3 brass keys on it.
Okay. After I grab it, I'm gonna pocket it, and I'm just gonna quietly walk out, and I'm gonna quietly close the door behind me after I leave the room, and just gesture to Strieg and confidently walk out, to sort of wave at the guy, salute the guy at the front desk as I walk out. I assume Strieg follows, hopefully.
Yeah, no, I'm following, and I think as we
Okay.
go past the guy at the desk, be like, "We'll try again tomorrow."
Just waves at you vaguely.
Cool. All right. I hope one of these
Outside.
keys works for the back door.
Which was in the kitchen, by the way.
Okay, perfect.
Back door wasn't.
All right. Are we out? Did we make it out successfully?
You made it out successfully. You've stolen a key. A set of keys, in
Amazing.
fact. 4 keys.
Fuck yeah.
Amazing. I'm gonna hand it to Frey. Just like, I hope one of those works.
Are you proud of me, Dad?
Frey will take the keys and just. You do know he's going to notice that his belt was cut, right?
Yeah, but I mean, are they gonna change the locks by tonight? I doubt it.
Well, we'll see. Hopefully one of these will be the one.
Yeah. Well, okay.
That went really well. Just,
Suspiciously well.
all right, back to their celebration then. So, stress all done. What are you guys doing? You've got the rest of the day to yourselves.
I would like to.
Since we're invisible, could we not, try one of the keys to see if it's the right one or something?
Well, we're not invisible, but we're in disguise, I guess. I guess we can go try it.
That
Yeah.
seems like asking for trouble.
I mean, we don't need to go in. Just see if it.
Oh, I thought some of us were invisible. My bad.
That was the back.
Yeah, I think we decided not to. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Do we want to go try the keys?
I would say it might not be a bad idea to be invisible while trying it.
Yes, I agree. If we're going to hand this over, we should be sure it's the right one.
All right. I guess I can make us invisible. All right. You know what? I'm gonna let Frey do it. So I'm gonna make. I
We're
guess-
like, wait, what? No, what? Why me?
You're the one who's gonna be giving him the key. You can go try. You can go test it. We've done our part. I'm gonna cast invisibility on the other 3. So Strieg and I are already in disguise, so I'll make the other 3 invisible for, just in case.
Ray just lets out a heavy sigh as he disappears. But okay, yeah, he will circle around to the back of the building and look for this back door and very quietly try out each key.
All right, as quietly as you can with these fairly old, beaten-up bronze keys, you try one. Brass keys. Try a second one. Try a third. Click.
Amazing.
Takes a little bit, but after a quick shimmy, it does click and unlock the back door.
Okay, he is going to relock the back door. And he will take that key off of the key ring. And he will circle back around to the front of the building. And you know what? He is going to okay, yeah, no, he'll just take all the keys.
All right.
And he'll give the other keys back to Rohan, and he'll keep the backdoor key.
Spend a moment unlatching them and keep the backdoor key on the keyring.
I'll hand them to Strieg. I don't want anything to do with them.
I pocket them.
Amazing.
All right, Strieg. Note that you have 3 keys that are not for the back door that you stole from the, the Sacred Blade office just outside of the Ardenford University grounds.
Okie dokie.
I'd just like to say that these keys keep multiplying on the key ring. First there were 2, and then there were 3, and now there are 4.
Just toss them in a window or something.
Well, there were initially 2 visible, and if I said 4, if I said 3, that was a fuck up because it was supposed to be 4. So I apologize. I know initially when he was laying down, I said there were 2. That's because there were 2 visible. Then when you actually stole them, if I said 3, it was a fuck up. There were definitely 4 because I know what the others are for.
Okay.
What if it's intentional? What if every time you look at the keyring again,
it's magical?
Okay. So yeah, so Frey will keep the backdoor key. And
amazing.
Oh, I guess we're done here then.
The only other thing I really want to do is find out where Toussaint is staying, and or if he's here with anyone who would notice him missing.
Well, with the attention he's clearly getting at the academy, I'd say people would notice if he goes missing.
Well, that's fine. How far are we from Ardenford now? We're only like a few blocks, right?
Yeah.
It's not worth. Okay, never mind. I think he's still on my mind, but I'm just sort of like, all right, I'll follow the others, whatever they want to do.
What time is Frey's meeting?
At night.
Well, now that we've stolen from a police station, we could go meet a police family.
Perfect. Let's do that.
What? Why?
Mira has some friends, I believe.
Oh.
Well, I worked for them for a long time. I was, a live-in maid.
Well, I'd
We're not
certainly
doing
be
anything else.
happy to meet your friends.
Well, as long as we have nothing else to do, Mira will lead the way to, where the family home was.
All right, back to the River Ward.
The name that I can't pronounce. Garantine?
Garantine, yeah.
I would say while they're walking, Frey is going to keep an eye out for any nicer looking inns.
Nicer looking, I'm sorry?
Inns. He wants to scope out a nicer place to stay.
All right. Alright. You keep your eyes peeled, and, we will circle back to that, because I do have some stuff, but for the sake of sanity, I also have to send a quick message to somebody about something that might come up, just in case, really quick. Alright, that's all I need to do, just send a couple of PMs there, and yeah, so, while you are keeping your eye out for a nicer inn to stay at, You guys continue on the river ward, moving further upriver, following it, listening to the sounds of the river as you look at all of these very nice, just beautiful homes that are just overlooking this very picturesque, very nature-heavy, beautiful section of town. Mira, you guide them up another street, finally taking a left, and on the left-hand side there, about halfway down this dead end, is the very familiar, in another life almost at this point, Guaranteed Estate.
Do they have like a big long driveway or a gate or anything, or can we just go knock on the door?
There is no... There used to be a, like, fenced-in yard. The fence is gone. The yard is still nice, but it's just a cobblestone pathway up through some shrubbery and flowers to get to the front door. Which is fairly rare. There's not a lot of room in this city for like proper greenery, so the fact that there's any is a very heavy symbol of affluence.
I will go knock on the door.
You go knock on the door, and you see this man, maybe mid-20s, very short, brown hair, kind of tall, very broad-shouldered. Looks like he's nursing a black eye right now. And when I say tall, I mean like maybe 6'2", 6'3", very round face, big guy, like bear wrestling build. And he just blinks at you a couple times, and you don't recognize him at first, and after a moment, like, the gears have to turn in your head before you notice that it is Magnus. And he just, like, cocks his head to the side. Almost just confused more than anything. As he just stares. Seemingly lost to words.
Did he open the door, or am I just seeing through the window?
He, like, cocks his head to the side as he's opening the door.
Well, Mira is not exactly good at these sort of things, so she will just, like, smile awkwardly. Hello, I suppose you were about this tall when I last saw you. She'll, like, you know, hold her hand out.
But there's Mira.
Yeah, yes. It's a long story. I just thought, I would come visit now that I'm back.
Where you been, Miss Mira?
It's a long story. Like I said, I guess, well, Meg, is your mother in? May I come in?
Yeah, you... Yeah. And, like, he, like... Is everyone else, like, standing awkwardly, like, on the path?
Yep, absolutely.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Just like 5 feet back from her.
He doesn't notice. Lets her in and shuts the door.
Oh, wait, those people, they helped me.
Okay. He awkwardly, like, reopens the door. Sorry. Come on in.
I, like, nod at him and just sort of, I don't know, sheepishly walk in.
Yeah, we all awkwardly shuffle in.
Yeah, Frey will give him a smile. What did I miss when I stepped away? Who is this guy?
I'm sorry.
I don't think they've explained.
Just a...
Mira said that he was this tall when he last saw her.
which was
Okay.
probably just slightly shorter than Mira herself.
Okay.
And now he's like 6'3". And very much like, you know, short hair, nursing a very, very bad black eye, and just... no, Mum's not here.
Well, is anyone else around?
Alice is here. I mean, she's upstairs. She's with her tutor, her art tutor.
Oh. Well, I mean, if everyone is busy, I suppose could I leave a message?
What? Sorry, Mom and Dad have been, they're out, he got, I'm sorry, what happened to you? You don't know say nothing. I know you come back like it's been a day.
I'm sorry, it's not that I wanted to, I've been trapped in a basement by a ghost the entire time. And she just kind of like lamely looks back at the rest of the group like, please help me.
I just kind of nod and give her a thumbs up like, you got it.
I would still be there if my new friends here hadn't come by and helped me.
How? Well, you mean like a fucking, what the fuck? You mean, what? You was trapped?
Yes. I know it's hard to believe. I wish it was a less interesting story.
That poor man was right. You was in trouble.
Yeah.
How are you? You trapped? I sure must have fed you well. You look fine. Why you look the same, Miss Mira?
I don't know. Do I really look the same? She like pats her face.
Yes. Do I?
No.
Okay then. But no, yeah, no, Mom and Dad, he took a traveling job with the Sacred Blade. He's working contracts out of the city, so she can have more time on the road. Been doing that a few years now. I've been running the
like
house.
it better?
No, he hates it. You know how he liked to sit. But Mom always wanted to be on the road more and all that, so he'd do anything.
It's just the four of you at the house now?
No. Judith, she headed out. She was studying at Ardenford and met somebody, and they moved. It was bad. She got into it with Mom. They got into it bad, and she moved far, somewhere up in Old Ferris. There's a lot of fuck you, never let me be myself. It was bad.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It was really. So it's just me and I mean, Chester. He's studying at Ardenford now. Like you can see, like he's starting to almost like tear up at this point.
Poor guy.
We thought Yus was dead or just hated us. Poor little Alice,
course
she
not.
was she wouldn't stop crying.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have been there if I could have done anything about it.
Yeah, she spent a while, with your what are they called? The orders, whatever, carrying things. After you left, she took a while to explain that no, you didn't hate her. I tried to look. We never really found somebody else that she liked, so I was like the only person she'd listen to. I tried to explain, no, you probably don't hate her, you're just dead. But she didn't like that either. Kind of shrugs
Do you know when she'll be finished?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, her and her tutor, they're up there all day, every day. I mean, pretty sure they just go up there and fucking get paid for it, so I don't know.
Get huge! Keep in mind, it's been like 10 years, so this person that is probably like 20 or something was like a child the last time Mira saw them. Oh, well, she like.
Oh no! I
awkwardly
mean,
looks around.
listen. No question. Look, I'm just happy she's happy. I mean, listen. After you left, when I was like, "Hey, she probably doesn't hate you. She's just dead." You know what she took to doing? She would collect rocks and throw them at delivery. It was like a weekly occurrence. She hated them because they said that she said they got you killed.
That's not what happened at all.
Oh, she didn't know that. We didn't know. How'd you end up? What? Ghost put you in jail and fed you? What?
I'm not really sure, actually. That's one of the things that I'm going to try to find out.
Well,
We did see the ghost. I like chime in here. We can confirm we did see the ghost and we did see her trapped.
Oh,
there,
I apologize. I'm not being a very.
No,
This is
please,
something I'm
you
supposed
guys-
to be working on because I'm going to be owning the house and all that. Prime beneficiary, all this other shit. I don't. Like I said, he kind of like at this point, Magnus guaranteed at your service. Most people just call me Mag. Maggie. That always works.
Nice to meet you. My name's Rohan.
Yeah. I just
Feeling weird about giving his real name, but he's doing it anyway.
I mean, I don't. We all thought Yus was dead, and there was that bald guy who kept coming around asking questions. At one point, he accused Dad of getting you killed. It was a whole.
Ray looks questioningly towards Mira. Does this bald guy reference make her react at all?
Yeah, she looks very concerned at that thought. She says Cedric suggested that?
I think he didn't. He probably handled it about as well as Alice did, honestly. He seemed on a warpath to figure out what happened. Don't know what happened to her after, I don't know, a couple years, maybe less. I don't remember. This was a long time. I was a kid. Why do you still look the same, Miss Mira?
I don't know.
Well, I look older than you, and you were like a real adult when I last saw you. What the fuck happened, Miss Mira?
I mean, I'm only 31, I think. Not that Father knew exactly how old he
You
was.
could
I think,
you could
but-
pass for Alice's age. She's what? Sorry, I'm really bad with math. I think really bad with numbers, like 30,
Wouldn't she be
20,
17?
18, something. I don't know. I'm bad with numbers. You always
I
were
don't
the
look
smart one.
17, do I?
You always were the smart. I don't know what. Miss Mira, I don't know. Why do you look the same? Oh, I'm sorry. This is a lot to take in. I've been speaking with somebody. I have this doctor that I talk to a lot, and he says I'm supposed to speak about things openly and honestly. So, I think it is very important that I just mentioned that I'm very angry right now because I have a lot of emotions and feelings. I think that's what you said. That I don't know how to properly express, so it makes me angry.
Oh, that's very good! Not that you're angry, but that, you're expressing yourself.
Yes.
You're really really grown up.
That's what my doctor says.
Although, she kind of like reaches up and kind of like pokes his black eye a little bit. You didn't get in a fight, did you?
Okay, I work for, I work for, people who work for Sacred Blade, so I do a lot of, bouncer work and things. I get in a lot of fights. Not good at much else but punching, I mean. Look at me. Can't be asking me to do numbers. I can't exactly draw like Mom or Alice.
Well, I think you can do whatever you set your mind to do.
No, if I trust my mind, I'm gonna do something stupid. You know, a couple years ago, you used to say stuff like that all the time, and I used to believe you, but then after you left, they said that maybe you was lying. Nice to me. I have pauses. That's what Alice used to say. That you were lying to be nice to us. And you were paid to lie to us. I said, no, she's probably just dead, but Alice didn't, like that either.
I would never lie. I would never lie to you.
Well, I
course I
know
thought-
that, but what if you did? I don't know. I can't do anything I set my mind to. I can't fly, Miss Mira, and I've tried.
Well, that's not really what I meant. I guess, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that I've been gone.
It's not your fault that a ghost got you, and apparently had you as prisoner for 10.
I know it's hard to believe.
Look, I'm gonna go get Alice, and well, she gets a lot angrier than me sometimes, so I do apologize on her behalf for anything that she outbursts at you here now or otherwise, but
That's okay.
yeah,
I understand.
I'll go, warn her and all that about what's happening with with Chester and Judith gone. Like, she has to handle most of it. Mom and Dad are gone, and yeah, they send letters and things like that that say, hey, this is due here, and there's somebody coming to pick this up, but it's been a while since they sent anything, so she's kind of just been in charge of it all, and I'm just, I'm just the asshole who gets punched in the face and gets paid for it sometimes. Actually, what was it, like, last month, somebody hired me. They wanted me to beat him up at a bar. They paid me, like, $3 to go up to him while they were flirting with some guy and just beat the shit out of him, and then what I was supposed to do is after I, like, busted him up a bit, I was supposed to take a couple hits and fall, and it's supposed to make him look really hot for... I guess it worked, because, I mean, he's dating now. He finally got himself a boyfriend, so that's cool, I guess. Can't believe he was rich enough to afford that, but I've also been under the assumption that you're not supposed to build a relationship on lies. That's something they told me after I started thinking maybe you lied to us after we paid you lots of money.
Oh. Mira does not know what to say about that. No, I think that's right. The, not lying thing. But I guess we can just,
One thing at
sit
a
down
time.
or something?
Yeah. Please. You know what? And he, like, guides you to a dining room with a very nice, affluent, beautiful, just long dining table. Looks like it was made of, like, a very large piece of driftwood. Very much a unique, one-of-a-kind. There's a nice little oil lamp in the middle, and he carefully turns it on. And a couple years ago, so one of my friends, he said a great way to get smart was to drink oil from like a oil lamp. So I tried that for a couple months, and I kept throwing up, and I thought it was the stupid leaving my body. And then my doctor said I'm just not in as many words, but like I learned my lesson, so I guess that makes me smart. But again, things I can't do even though I put my mind to. I can't drink oil to get smarter. Miss Mira, you should know better.
I hope you're not friends with that person anymore.
No, he's, we are.
She said, hanging out with her friends who just stole a key to a police station. Anyway,
we're not that influence on you.
We're still,
yet.
We just fuck over other people.
Anyway,
I'm gonna go get Alice, and again, I do apologize. She gets very angry sometimes, so
it's okay.
Okay, so yeah, just act normal. I'll warn her, and hopefully she'll come down and say hi. She like I said, throwing rocks and all that. So just starts nodding. And he nods for maybe 20 seconds without saying anything, with his head just cocked to the side, staring out a window. Oh, I'm gonna go. And he heads up, leaving you guys
in.
in.
Can't see me.
And he leaves you guys in a dining room, a very nice dining room, while heading upstairs.
Frey will look at Mira. I probably should have asked this before, but are you sure you want us here for this? It all seems very private.
Well, it would be more strange if you left now, I think. No?
I suppose you do have a point.
And you can corroborate my story, so
That's true. It's
I
feels
really
like a very bad reason to stay. That it would
But-
be weird if we left now. But I guess we're here.
It's the most
Okay.
awkward family fucking reunion.
But you're clearly quite close with them. You said you worked for them?
Yes, I was a maid and a tutor for the children.
You clearly had quite the influence.
I tried to. She looks very somber and just like starts fussing with things around the room, like whoever the current maids aren't doing a good enough job or whatever.
Oh, there is genuine, like, dust on some of the stuff, like, in the cabinets in the dining room.
Fussing intensifies.
And as you are fussing, you hear a very loud, ear-piercing scream coming from upstairs. And a moment later... A moment later, you hear the sound of someone half falling downstairs.
I think literally like in the like split second before she gets there, I'm just like, remember, it's not your fault, and then just like pivot to the stairs again.
I will brace myself.
And you see this woman wearing a very simple kind of brownish and almost like half brown, half gold dress, wearing simple black boots. Like, it is far and away like probably the least expensive thing you could imagine her even owning. A couple of little paint smears on it, mostly around like near the chest and like neck. A very large smear of red paint kind of like on her eyebrow that kind of goes down off of her eyebrow on the right side to her cheek. And she just comes running, and once she sees you, she just... Oh, say it's it's real, it's real, it's real, it's real. And she just runs and tackles you.
I mean, I am very strong. I will catch her and give her a big hug.
Yeah, I didn't... somebody said you were dead, and Magnus said you were dead, and I didn't want to believe it, and then there was the time that you said that you ran away or something, and I didn't want to believe that, but that's why you said you were dead, and when I thought you were dead, I was like, I guess that's better, but I didn't want you to be dead, I didn't know what to do, and we're captured by...
I would just pat her back.
She just kind of stares at you.
A little awkwardly, but trying to be comforting.
Wait, you look exactly the same. Smear.
I don't really know. It wasn't exactly normal, was it? Not, or rather, I mean, not like just being shut in a room for 10 years. It was different. I don't know.
I don't a decade ago at this point, but I am at some point going to go and apologize to your place of employ. I may have destroyed the better part of 30 or 40 of their windows over the course of a couple of years, thinking that they got you.
That would be nice of you.
At this point,
But,
Magnus comes back down. Oh, you're taking this a lot better than I thought you would, Alice. Yes, well, I'll take care of all my screaming and yelling and all of that later. Right now, I'm just happy that Miss Mira is actually okay and still alive, despite you telling me that he was dead! Yeah, well, she wasn't dead. I was just, you know, guessing that she was dead. You know?
Well, you were both children. I don't think the blame doesn't lay with either of you.
I mean, no, I understand that, like, it's not our fault that it happened. That's something, like, you know, learning when it's something your fault, when it's not really important, but it's something that Alice just, shut up, Meg, there's better things to talk about right now. Oh, Alice, I told you, it's important. You have to, like, not blame yourself for what happened, because it wouldn't be our fault, because Loco said, if she left because she didn't like you, that would have made her the bitch. You're perfectly likable when you were a girl. Still kinda likable now. And she just brushes back her very... Like, you could tell, like, she's been painting with like watercolor paints for a while and hasn't had her hair back, and there's just all of these mixtures of weird color on like at her hairline and into her hair where she's been brushing it back, and she just does so again and just, oh, Miss Mira, this is certainly a day. This is very much a day.
Well, I'm happy that you're glad to see me.
I knew nothing happened to you. I knew something obviously happened to you, but I knew that you would be okay because that's what I told Mom and Dad, and that's what they needed to understand, that you'd be okay. And I was right. They were wrong. And in the back, Magnus just kind of gives an that is what she always says, that you couldn't be dead because you wouldn't let that happen to you for no reason. And I tried to explain to her, like, you know, if someone just kind of, you know, shoots you, you don't really have a choice. Like, you can't say, no, I don't want to be shot, and that'll just kill you. Shut up, Mag, shut up, Mag, shut up, Mag. Okay, well, you see what I'm trying to say.
Like, yes, of course. If there was anything I could have done about it, I wouldn't have been there.
I told you, Alice. Listen, I also knew she was okay, but I figured maybe she just hated me. Listen.
I could never hate you.
See, I told you, if she hated you, she'd be the bitch, not you. Right, so this is a lot. It's very stressful. Have you seen Chester yet?
No, well, since it's been so long, I didn't really know where to look other than the house.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. It's good. I'll make sure to let, Mom and Dad know when they send the next letter.
All right, I can leave a note if you like.
Sure. We're actually waiting. I mean, should be getting a letter from them any day now. Late actually, with finance information regarding, you know, guild business and things like that.
You can't see me doing the slow nod.
You do in fact have to describe what your character is doing.
And I guess kind of like looking over her shoulder and realizing that the rest of the squad has been like standing there awkwardly. She says,
sitting there awkwardly.
she like kind of gestures to them and she says, these are my new friends. They helped me get out of there. I would still be there if it wasn't for them.
Well, I would have been right there alongside him before. No one tells Magnus nothing.
Well, you couldn't have known.
I know, it's not fair. That's because no one tells Magnus nothing. That's why I just said, of course I couldn't. See what I mean? I can't just put my mind to something and know it, Miss Mira. Come on, you're smarter than that. Or
I'll
else
try
I
to
wouldn't
think
know.
of a better way to explain what I meant.
I think I know what you mean. You just need to be better at explaining what you meant.
Yes.
See? And he turns triumphantly to everyone else.
I nod very encouragingly.
Yeah.
Give him a thumbs up.
Yep, thumbs up. That's what I did too.
Or he gives a smile.
Alice just kind of... Mira, can I be honest with you?
Of course.
Sorry. She leans in really close. Just keep smiling. Yeah, just like that. Things aren't good, financially here.
Oh.
Yeah, they're really bad. They've given us the benefit of the doubt because of Dad's position within SBI and all that, but, yeah. Roman is expecting some payments that haven't come in, some information and things like that. So, like, I mean, losing the house and all of so I don't know what to do. I haven't told Chester. I think if I told Magnus, he would go and try and fight people or punch his way to, and I don't know, or get himself killed trying to get money. What do I do, Miss Mira?
I'm so sorry to hear that. I wish there was something I could do. I don't really have anything left myself, or I would.
Just don't know what to do. I don't know. I don't know. Like, 8 weeks ago, I turned 18, and they said that now, since that's a thing, since I've been handling all of, I can sign on my father's behalf for all of our paperwork and things like that, that I am officially, like, in charge of it all. And then they started sending me these taxation papers that need to be paid off, and I said this is supposed to be getting taken care of out of my father's account, and they said he hasn't mentioned any transfers. They're letters that things shouldn't be getting taken care of, and they should, and it's been more than 6 months, 8 months now since. It's definitely been over half a year, 8 or 9 months since he's made any payments on anything, and he's got some stuff that he owes, and it's bad. Miss Mira, I don't know what to do. While this is going on, Magnus kind of heads over to the rest of you. So, I really wasn't expecting Alice to take it this easily, but I mean, look at him. Like, Miss Mira's like a second mom to us for a while. Yeah, I feel like I need to loop you guys in because you were all standing here very awkwardly, and it made me feel bad because sometimes, when people feel bad about things, they'll, it kind of transfers to other people, and I don't like feeling bad, so I figure if you guys don't feel bad, I won't. And I know it comes off as kind of selfish when you say it like that, but sometimes that still makes people feel better, and honesty's important, so.
Yeah.
Of course, just being able to get it all out there, and well, really, it's a blessing that you're able to be reunited like this after so many years.
Well, yeah, no, it's certainly a blessing after so long. I thought she was dead. Someone told me not I could have saved her, but no, you guys had to. I'm sorry, I'm getting bitten. I'm not supposed to get bitten. It's my apologies. I'm very sorry.
You should feel however you want to feel.
Oh, yes, but all feeling, of course, is valid that I'm bitter, but I shouldn't be, because I shouldn't be jealous that someone else helped her, because that's weird and possessive, and that's how you end up in a really unhealthy relationship with that couple. So that's why I'm single now and still don't have any kids, even though Dad said I need kids, so. No.
Right.
I tried adopting, but, they says I'm too stupid to take care of somebody myself.
Oh.
I don't believe that.
I don't either, but, they're smart than me, so maybe they're right.
I'm sure I'm smarter than them, and I think they're wrong.
Well, I think it's a strong assumption to think that you're smarter than someone.
Yeah.
So what happened? That you guys ended up, finding her captured by a ghost?
We were sort of hired by someone to go check out sort of an abandoned keep that person used to live in, to get some stuff that he used to own. And when we were exploring the keep, we found Mira in the basement of the keep, in sort of a prison cell, not able to move or speak or anything, with a huge ghost just sort of holding her there. So after we took out the ghost, she was finally able to, be herself again. But until then, it seems like she was trapped there for 10 or 11 years.
Oh, she's still alive. Like, is the ghost feeding her?
I don't really know. I mean,
Can,
obviously
like,
the ghost.
Can
was
ghost just be
holding
like,
her
"Here's some chicken"?
I doubt that it was feeding her chicken, but obviously the
I
ghost
don't
was.
think I've ever seen Mira.
Sorry.
I don't think I've ever seen Miss Mira eat chicken. I've offered it
Yeah.
to her. She always goes, "No, I'm full." So I don't do a
Um,
very good impression. So I haven't had practice. I'm out of practice.
Yeah, I mean, I doubt that it was feeding her chicken because she couldn't move, so she probably couldn't chew or swallow. But, clearly the ghost was keeping her in some kind of stasis or something through some kind of magical means. So maybe through that it was feeding her something. I don't know,
Some
some kind of
what?
energy or stasis. Like she was like frozen basically. It was keeping her with
Oh,
frozen with some kind of
yeah. She
magical-
always looks like she's cold.
Yeah.
Just look at her.
And he like awkwardly is like trying to do a glance, but instead just stares directly at her.
Miss Mira always looks cold, but she never says she is. Tom, for my birthday, I asked for a blanket and tried giving it to her, and she said, no, that's yours. And I said, no, you're always cold. She said, no, I'm not. And I said, yes, you are. You always look cold. And that ghost made her frozen. I bet she was really...
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I can't imagine what it was like to be stuck in that state for.
Oh, well, she should have taken the blanket. Maybe she wouldn't have been.
Maybe. I think Rohan is just like he just like the whole time they've been here, he feels increasingly weird that he's still dressed as like he's still like looks like this random police officer or whatever. And he's just very much considering like I think he's just gonna be like, oh, by the way, we're sort of in disguise, so I'm gonna drop the disguise now.
What do you mean?
And I dispel the true disguise on me and Trieg.
Ah!
Like,
Miss Mira! Your friend just changed. If he skinned me different. He was a different man.
Yes, I think they were in disguise.
Is that?
yes,
Magical disguise.
yes.
Oh, it's my. Meanwhile, as the side conversation between Mira and Alice. So I just
Yeah.
what to do, and then that happens. And, okay, Magnus, just relax. It's just magic. I'm sure he'll explain it. Sparrow, what do we?
Well, I suppose I can help you go through things.
Hey,
I
Magnus,
don't
can
know
you?
how much I can help.
I have an idea. Okay, Magnus, could you be so kind as to go and find that painting I did, the one with the tree that I said represented Mira after dying. I did a long time ago. Oh, okay. Where is it? I think it's upstairs in my studio. Can you just go look? Or I'll go find it. And as soon as he kind of trounces off, really, really important. I was talking to Miss Mira about this, but I just need some advice, and this seems a little out of her depth, and you guys saved her, so maybe you can save us too.
Okay.
Oh no.
Alright, so apparently my father is behind on bills. All of our everything. We owe a lot of money, and my father has not been in contact with the guilds, and Perlman is saying you're owing money or they're going to be taking the house and kicking us out, and then they'll make it illegal, and then they'll arrest us, and then they'll send us to jail. And then what's Magnus going to do?
How much money?
I don't know. There's a lot of taxes that he owes, back taxes, and all of this. There's contracts he's supposed to be setting up, and all of these things. I think he still owes to a company on this, and she kind of taps on the table you guys are sitting at. taken so long, and I haven't. I don't know what's going on, but they have not gotten any of the transfer information on the accounts. Said there has been no contact between the guilds and my father. 8 or 9 months. Something like that. It's definitely been more than half.
Does he owe to multiple guilds and companies, or is it just to one?
The main one is Perlman, who handles the taxation on the house.
Right. Okay. Well, I think probably the first. Well, okay. Problem-solving mode, right?
Sure, that's good. I like that.
So, they are demanding money from you. Basically,
Money
you
we
will
all have.
to. Sure. Basically, you will either have to resolve the issue, convince them to not want the money anymore, give them the money, or give them something of equal value in their eyes, right? So I think convincing them to not ask for the money is probably a non-starter without your parents here, at least. Maybe there would be some way they could renegotiate, but it seems like without them here, they're probably not going to be open to that. The money, we could try to get the money from some other source, or we could try to offer them some services or something else of value if we needed to get them to drop it that way. I think probably the first step either way is going to be finding out how much they owe, because you can't know what value to offer if you don't know how much they owe.
And therein lies the problem, because there's a lot of things like I don't know, there's a lot of moving parts. It's a lot. I hate that I'm in charge of it, but Chester's been busy with his studies at Ardenford, which that's something else that they owe. Apparently his tuition hasn't been covered either, and they're expecting that to be out soon, and they haven't heard anything from my father about which account to transfer that from. There's just a lot going on.
You think that if you're I'm trying to think how to ask this diplomatically. If you were able to get in touch with your father, do you think he would have the money to pay these things? Or do you think that he, even if you had access to all of those funds or the transfer information, that he also doesn't have the money?
Definitely have the coin. That is not an issue. She kind of motions to Mira. Miss Mira can speak on our behalf. I mean, my father was independently wealthy for my father's job. My father gets paid very well. Not as well as he did when he worked here, but still very, very well. It's just a matter of finances and things like that. They need his proverbial, and she like pantomimes like slapping a stamp. Just to get a wax seal the approval. It's like that. Like I can sign on his behalf for things, but I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this. This is so far out of my. I'm so far out of my depth, and I don't. It's like this is a sign from something I don't know. Mira's here, and everything's falling apart, and Chester's gotta get out of. He's not gonna be at Ardenford anymore, and.
Hey, we're here, right? You don't need to spiral. We're here. We'll figure it out one way or
What does
another.
that mean?
I don't think it's a sign.
What does that mean?
Look, we brought
Magnus,
Mira out of a
Magnus says it
coma.
all the time. Don't spiral, and I don't know what that means. He says the spirals when you spin around, and you're not supposed to do that, but I don't spin around, and I don't know what he means, but he says I'm not supposed to do that. I don't understand.
If you think about a bird, right? Let's say there was a bird flying and you shot it out of the sky. It would spiral downwards and go faster and faster until it hit the ground, right? A spiral is a nosedive that you can't pull out of. You know, it's just a, you start off at one place and then you start going down and then you just can't pull up again. So I'm just saying mentally, emotionally, try not to spiral. Try not to hit a nosedive that you can't come back out of. This is a solvable problem. We'll figure out how to do it.
She gives you a very somber and slow, knowing nod with the same sort of deer in the headlights look
that you would expect from Strieg when you have any manner of discussions of things finances.
Fair enough. Yeah, I don't know. I look at the others like, do you guys have any ideas? Or
Mira looks very touched and grateful that you are so ready to help these people that you have no relation to. Well, I can't say that I know very much about money, but if it's not something that any of us are capable of doing, we could find some sort of expert who could translate for us, I suppose.
Look, in the simplest terms, they're waiting for confirmation that essentially confirmation that my father is still working up there and all of that, at which point they'll be able to... She kind of shrugs. They'll be able to release payment, things like that, be able to handle crediting things out again. I don't know beyond that. It's a lot.
okay,
And
wait.
then the solution is to find your father.
Yes! Yes!
Where is he? I mean, like, where is he supposed to be right now?
Well, as I said, as we've explained, and she kind of turns to Mira again specifically. He's been out of the city for quite a few now. Check. Oh. So last expectation, the last time I got a letter from him, 'cause he does travel around sometimes, but the last time I got a letter from him, it came from Alder, I forgot the name of it, Alder Harbor. I haven't heard from him in a couple of months now, and that's, I mean, I any day now, all that.
Do we know where Alder Harbor is?
Yeah, it's much further south along the Vondelayan Sea.
Okay, I see it.
Much
Wow,
further
alright.
south.
Okay, all right. Hold on, just so I'm clear. So they have the transfer information and everything. They have the account information. They just need confirmation from your father that he is up there working, or do they need specific information that your father would only have?
Oh. And she
Well,
just
sure.
turns pleadingly to Mira.
Do you have the letter that they sent or anything like that? Anything in writing?
I can. It's not in writing. It's stuff I talking to them at the hall. That's all.
Okay.
Well, we could go with you to talk to them again, maybe?
That's definitely starting. Like, you can see, like, her eyes have been red. She's almost been crying, and now she's just, like, slowly starting to get herself together. And you then hear heavy footsteps coming down the stairs. Oh, Ellis, I think I found it. What was it? Never mind. And he comes down and you see this painting of a... It's essentially like, you could see this beautiful, almost like, it's very simple strokes, like Bob Ross-esque, like evergreen forest. And then the center of the painting is this just empty field, and in the middle of it is just a dead tree.
Wow.
I wasn't in a place painted that a couple years ago. I had an argument about something, and you know. So what why this one? Well, I don't. And she like mouths to you, Mira. I thought it would take him the longest to find.
Robert, you're cutting out. And
Yeah, I was whispering that super. She mouths to you, I thought it would take the longest to find as an answer to his question, just so you can understand. Oh, it's a pretty sad. I mean, is this? I'm like, here you go, Miss Mira. I guess this is a really sad gift from us. And he like looks to Alice, and she just kind of nods. Yeah, a very there you go. So, and Magnus just kind of turns. How long have you guys? You just get here? I mean, you've been in town long. Couldn't have been too long. This mirror wouldn't make us like that long. Hey, what, this morning?
Yeah, I think it's been a day, maybe. Tops.
So, how many you guys been in Fortune Soul before?
Some of us have.
This is my first time.
You want me to show you around the city? I know all the best. I mean, He kind of turns to Frey and like he turns directly to Frey and like finger points, then gives a thumbs up. You look like a wine guy. Are you a wine guy?
I am indeed.
Oh, that makes two of us. You want to go on a wine bender with me?
Please say yes.
Frey, I would be delighted to, though I sadly have plans tonight. And I was in the midst of, I have to go find some new lodging as well.
Oh. And like he immediately just gets this crestfallen look on his face. It just like all color leaves it. Oh, but you can stay here. We got bedrooms to fucking spare in this place.
Well, I think that would be, I mean, if there's enough for all of us.
Oh, but you know, yeah. As long as, I mean, somebody'd have to sleep in old parents' room. Oh, yeah, we got room. We got fucking rooms to spare in this place. We got wine to spare in this place too. You all can stay here. I mean, for as long as you like. Unfortunately, we did have an issue where he turns specifically to Mira at this point. I'm going to apologize. We had an issue where it seems something happened a couple months ago. There's with a maid, so things are a little bit messy right now. I do apologize. So, you know, I'm not saying you have to clean. You don't have to clean nothing.
For how long I've been gone, I think it's the least I can do to tidy up a bit.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I just, you know.
It would make me happy.
Give me a charisma convince.
Hold on. I wish the character sheet popped out. Let's see.
I hate that they got rid of the fucking pop-outs for this thing.
Nice.
Oh, well, fine, Miss Mira, but afterwards, how about this? You guys can clean as payment for your lodgings. But I'm being afraid to go on wine bender. We still got, you know, there's still some stuff in my dad's wine cellar. We actually have a few appraised and sold. Apparently, Dad said we need to clear out some of the really expensive ones. He wants to get new ones. He's waiting for them to come in. A few of them have been sold, so not quite as full on the real fancy ones, but Dad always said whatever I want, I could just go down there and get fucked on so we can go, hey, Frey, wine bender back on? And he just gives this big smile and points at you again.
Frey,
Come on.
right then.
Yeah. And like he moves up and just goes to like chest bump you.
Oh no!
Oh,
Frey just like kind of like just backs away. Just
Sorry. He like holds a hand up for like a high five. Anyone.
All right then, and yes, Frey will high five him.
Yeah, and he hits it fucking hard. Like, he is into this wine bender.
Oh my god.
Like, you feel like your wrist snap back. You're like, oh! It's gotta be fucking, like it's like a swell, but it's gotta be stinging for a few minutes.
Yeah, Frey grimaces and rubs his hand.
Like, this is a bison of a man here. Oh, this is gonna be great. It's just gonna be like old times, Miss Mira. Except, you know, I'm not a kid and Dad's not gonna yell at me for getting, you know, pissed.
True.
You remember that time I got really, really pissed and then I threw up all over the wine cellar and then I passed out. I shit myself. You got stuck cleaning it. I felt bad. I didn't say it at the time, but I did. So I'm sorry.
Well, you were 13. You should have been doing something else besides getting drunk.
Well, listen. I learned my lesson. You should always drink on an empty stomach.
I don't know if that's.
But you
exactly
can't
how it
shit
works.
yourself if it else is shit, Miss Mira. Come on. Basic, you know, drinkonomics.
I still don't think that's how it works.
How would you know? I've never seen you. Are you going on Wambender with us?
No, I don't think so.
Oh,
I do have to agree with Mira though. It's something quite special when you compare wine with a delicacy.
what?
Something
Something
tasty.
Wine's not delicate.
we said it in unison. That was amazing.
He just gives this slow blink of confusion. Why? If it already tastes good, why would you, like, ruin it? Like, why would you ruin it? Like, could you imagine, like, oh, yeah, this wine's great. It'll be better if I ate it with bacon. Like, what?
You have to choose the right things. It only improves it.
Oh, how about this? I'll get something like catered tonight. Like a bunch of options. And you can show me what I'm supposed to pair. Because I normally pair the glass neck of a wine bottle with my lips. That's pretty fucking good.
I think I glance over at Alice as he's saying that he's gonna get a bunch of options catered tonight. She's freaking out about money.
She just has this crestfallen look and literally, like, she doesn't know what to say. As
Yeah.
she's trying to keep this from him.
Well, I feel like it's not my place to say anything, so, you know.
We'll
I
get,
don't have any money.
Yeah.
Frey will say, well, I sadly do already have plans tonight, but perhaps we could arrange something another night.
we'll be arranging another night.
Tomorrow night. How about tomorrow night?
All right, but give me a list of what kind of, you know what? How about Frey? Is it Frey?
Frey, indeed.
Like the fight, right? Like into a fray. Right.
I suppose that is one way you could think of it.
All right. Well, we're gonna go into the fray on some fucking wine tomorrow night. How about that? But first, you're gonna come down to the cellar with me. We're gonna look through them, and you're gonna tell me what I should be getting, and then I'll go find. I got a guy. He's so good about, you know, getting stuff from like fancy place. So have you ever been to the moonlit ship?
I have not.
All right. So, they're super fucking fancy. Look, I mean, they're the bougiest shit I could ever imagine. But more than that, they're also, you know, probably wouldn't have said bougie. They're the fanciest shit I ever could imagine. But other than that, you know what else? They got some pretty good. Sometimes I was, you know, a kid after Miss Mira didn't die. I don't held hostage by a ghost. We used to sneak in there and eat food out of the trash. It was really good. So we could go there.
I'm sure we can do much better than that.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm saying is the place was really good out of trash. Imagine how good it would be if it wasn't in the trash. Like, imagine if it was, like, fresh. So we could get, you know, I could go there, I could get him to, like, cater some stuff, bring it home. They're real fucking nice. Now, Streak, you would know that the Moonlit Sip is probably the most, like, exotic drink, fancy tavern in Fortuny Sol.
I think Streak is watching all this, and as he says that, his head just kind of, like, tilts a little bit, and he looks at Mira and what's her name, and just kind of, like, shakes his head a little bit slowly.
So what are we thinking? I can get that tomorrow. You look through. You tell me what to get. You write down a list and tell me what's on it.
Well, how about I look at your wine cellar, and I'll go visit this moonlit drip myself, and
Oh, a moonlit ship.
moonlit ship.
No, ship.
Ship.
No, ship.
Sip.
What?
Sip,
Sip.
I think.
Thank you.
Okay.
Why would it be a ship? It's on the river.
Ships are on
Your
rivers.
riverboat.
Doesn't make any sense.
But I can go check it out. I've been wanting to see the sights anyhow.
That's perfect. Can I come with you?
Sure.
All right. Well,
Tomorrow,
actually,
though. Tomorrow. Tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
He looks a little crestfallen. Tomorrow. All right. Well, you can still go through. Come on. And like he like drags you like excitedly towards the wine cellar.
All right then.
Can I ask a general knowledge question?
Sure.
Would we know how long it would take for someone to be missing to get them declared dead?
Well, I would say there is no general reason, but
You know, for the purposes of inheritance and stuff.
Oh no!
who are you planning to kill to get their inheritance?
Nobody, but these guys haven't heard from their parents in a while. I'm just trying to see, like, obviously,
Only a
if they
few
are alive.
months, not years.
If
Okay, but
so
if they're alive and they come back, they're not going to be like, "No, you guys are dead." You know,
With-
like it's fine.
with
Just
regards to Fortuny Souls stuff, accounts aren't really handled like that. Like if inheritance isn't set up and somebody died, like the guild or bank or whatever that was handling any of their finances that weren't like personally owned by them would just absorb it all and say this is ours now.
All right. Okay, fair enough.
So technically speaking, banks would have a like a very good interest in people dying, so they can, you know, just absorb their money.
Yeah. All right. Well, it was worth the shot. I was thinking outside the box.
No, I appreciate it. It's fun to hear these questions that I've only half considered. So Frey, you are guided excitedly by this cross between a golden retriever and a bison down to a wine cellar that is probably slightly larger than the living room of the house. It has, I would say, 8 separate aisles
and you would count conservatively 400 bottles of unopened wine.
All right. Yeah, Frey will kind of, move through the rows, just looking over the bottles, seeing what he recognizes. Is this all very known names to him?
For the most part, yes. There is a section right by the stairs where you came in that was essentially just whatever the hell, and you would be able to very quickly guess oh yeah, it looks like whenever Magnus just buys wine, he gives that vibe of what kind of wine do you like? Red? What about white? Yeah, that's good too. Because the stuff that's right by the is pretty cheap and just kind of sitting there and not nearly as well cared for or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some half drink, just half empty bottles and stuff like that. They're just sitting there. He doesn't seem to understand why a wine cellar exists, and just kind of puts them down there because he's told to.
Okay.
But beyond that, outside of the fact that you would note that there's some that are missing, where you would assume oh, this is probably a really expensive vintage. It's gone, that sort of thing. But otherwise, you can pretty much mix and match. There's enough options here that you can kind of pick. Though I would say it definitely errs on the side of red and not white. Probably 65-35 red.
Okay. Yeah, so Frey kind of, so he takes his time going through all the options, and well, I have to say your father has quite excellent taste.
Oh, I mean, yeah, they do taste good. Right? Very good. Most of them, anyway. A couple of them are but they don't matter. I wanted... He kind of looks over. This one, and he points to where there's a missing one. We had a letter about 6 months back. Dad said when he came back, we were gonna drink this one together. You see, me and my father, we bonded over, a love of wine. He tried to do the same thing you do, and say certain wines are better with certain things, but they all taste the same to me, so I'm not really sure.
And what happened to that bottle?
Oh, well, in the last letter, I think, one of the last letters, it was a list of bottles that were supposed to be sold, because I guess he was getting them replaced with better ones. At least that's what Alice told me. She said, there was some bottles that needed to be cleared out, because we needed room for more stuff that was going to be coming in when he got back. And, she just went through and had a list of them, and it was some fancy ones, I guess. We had a wine appraiser here. Told us how good they were. I was I guess they're wine.
Is that a normal practice?
What?
Clearing out wine?
Oh, no.
I'm asking. Okay.
No. If it's not...
So this is very suspicious, right?
I mean... Do you need me to put it together for you? Has it not...
In real life, I do not drink.
Neither do I.
They're selling the expensive bottles because they need money.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is very much no, you don't sell out. Oh, I want to get rid of this bottle because I'm going to get a more expensive one later. That sounds insane. Wine is Funko Pops for rich people.
Right. No, I was just thinking maybe if there was something more going on besides just selling the bottles for money, but okay.
Not that it seems like.
Okay.
And, I mean, we have, so is this one, it's, and he brings out a bottle and let me, there we go. It opened with his mouth and just kind of, so what happened is, I found, I started doing this because, what happened was when I drank too much white, I would get really pissy. Not like angry, like I have to piss a lot more. I don't know what made me drink more. I have to piss more than red. I don't care. It's all water, right? It's all just like fancy water. But so what happened was I found this trick when I was at a bar a couple years ago, and I still do it. You add beer to the white one. It makes you have to piss less. Try it. He holds up the half-empty bottle of wine to you.
Right, he puts up the head and says, "Oh, no, I trust you, but no, save it for yourself."
He shrugged. "Oh, well, suit yourself, fancy man, but tomorrow night you're gonna have to really impress me." How's that?
I'll find a way.
Oh, I hope you do, fancy man. I hope you do. He takes a swig and then puts the cork back on the wine bottle. Now I gotta find a way to impress you, make it even. What impresses you? I like wine. What do you like?
Well, you already know I like wine. I like. Besides that, I like jewelry. I like nice places to sleep. I like getting to know interesting people like yourself and your family.
Alright, but what about like lifting heavy things? Do you think that's cool? Pretty good at that.
I'd like to see that as well.
Alright, sounds good. I'm gonna do that tomorrow. I'm gonna lift something heavy and you're gonna go, whoa!
You should, between you and me, you should ask Mira about lifting heavy things.
Oh, she used to, you know, when she was like, when she worked for us, when she was like part of family almost, she could move a fucking table like it was nothing. Absolute, just the craziest shit I've ever seen. That girl is fucking freak strong. I mean, I don't know, like she's not. He like motions to like his shoulders. She's not like this. I don't know where the fuck she gets that. Maybe it's wait a minute. You like wine? I bet. Do you think you drink more wine than me? Probably.
I might. I couldn't say.
Maybe wine makes you weak. That's why I'm only kind of strong. You're not strong, and Mira's like fucking super strong because she don't drink wine.
Frey chuckles at that and says, "Well, you do have a point. I don't think I've seen her drink at all. At least nothing alcoholic on our journey together."
She's you know, if I didn't know Miss Mira, I'd say she's like a sick in my boot type. I do know her, and she kind of is, but in like a cool way. It's always, yes, this, and yes, ma'am, that, yes, sir, this, and I mean, again, like, don't get me wrong, I mean, that time I've phoned up, and she's not said anything, because she's nice before, but also, you know, when I break a wine bottle, like, over my head to prove that I can, she did have to tell my dad about it.
That sort of thing can be, I mean,
I was only bleeding a little bit.
I think even a little bit is too much, though. We like all the blood inside the body.
No, like, you want some of it out. Like, that's how you know you're not dead. Because dead people don't bleed, right?
But I think an even better way to know you're not dead is that you're still standing and walking about.
What about ghosts? They stand and walk about, right? They're dead. Something. We're not alive.
Ghosts are something else entirely.
See? Well, if Mira's a ghost, that will explain why she's not dead or alive. That will explain why she doesn't drink, but she's so strong.
But Mira's apparently been strong since before we found her.
What if she was? What if that whole time she wasn't like captured? She was just like with like a ghost husband, and then they got a divorce.
I don't think that's it. It's an interesting idea, though.
I hope to continue to be interesting to you, Mr.
I do believe you will.
Well, you feel free. Take a bottle for yourself. For your, prior business tonight, and we'll get some more tomorrow. And you take your pick of looking through, and we'll match some food as if that matters, and I'll prove it doesn't, and I'll be right. And let's put some steaks on.
What do you have in mind?
Steaks.
Are you talking about the actual steak deal?
Oh, you were thinking of a bet. That's also a good idea. I was thinking, why not cook like steak in wine? Then you get wine bender while you're eating.
You can actually cook with wine. That is not unusual at
Why
all.
will you cook with it when you can drink out of it?
Because wine improves everything.
Mr. Frey, you are a visionary and a scholar.
Well, thank you. I do try.
We should also bet on it. You're right. So how about this? If I come out of it and say, hey, thanks for a minute. Alright, so if I say wine is better with certain foods, what do you want? And you can trust me because Miss Mira will be there and she'll know if I'm lying. She says I get all sweaty and starts scratching the back of my head, but fuck! I'm supposed to tell me that. I'm not gonna lie.
I'll have to think about it.
What?
Well, what about you? What would you want if you win the bet?
I want to show you around Fortuny Sol. Jose.
Oh, that certainly sounds fair.
Yeah, and no saying no to the fun stuff. We go to the fun bars, we go to the boring bars, we go to the creepy taverns, we go to the fun taverns, we go to the fancy houses, we'll go anything. No turning up and being like, no, this place has too many bar fights, because those are okay sometimes. Within reason, like, I just want you to try it. Not the bar fight, but the place that has it. I'm not gonna, punch you in the face and say, hey, say no. That would be very dickish, and, that goes into the whole, everyone's allowed to say no to anything they want, but, within reason for the extent of the bet. Just let me show you all the fun stuff.
Well, I suppose that's fair. Nothing quite like getting a bit out of your comfort zone. And if I win the bet, how about... I don't know, I gotta think of something. I have no idea.
In the meantime, let's jump back to the other conversation. Give you a few minutes to figure out.
Thank you.
All right, so upstairs, everyone else is talking about the intricacies of finances.
Oh no, let's go back to the other conversation.
So I just, I don't even know, what am I supposed to tell Magnus about what happened? Like, if he finds out that we're out of money, or that money's running short, or that there are things that we owe, and that, he's going to take more jobs, and, I've already seen it, he's already in over his head. and he's not exactly good at a lot. Mira, he's
I
better
think
at reading.
he's-
He's better at reading than he was, but he still can't really write. And yeah,
I think he's more capable than you might think.
I mean, he's capable, but the things he's capable at are not exactly things that end with someone able to live a long life. All it takes is one wrong blow to the head and dead or close enough. I want that for him.
That's fair. Well, how long have your parents been gone? Or I guess how long has it been since their last letter?
Oh, last time was a couple months ago, 2.5 months ago, something.
Okay.
Normally, it would be about every month or so. Just, hi, how are you doing? This goes here. Make sure to let the guild know this amount of coinage needs to be this bank, that sort of thing. Pay off this loan. Make sure, stuff like that.
Okay. And sorry, I think you might have answered, but I missed it. Did you say that is there information that your parents would have that they need, or is it just that they need to confirm that they're up there working and stuff?
Both, I guess. I don't... Normally, I can... The fact that I can't just say, I can't try and intonate. Like, I thought about, just forging a letter and then stupid and going, hi, my dad said I should do this, this, and this. But, if that... I don't think it will work because generally, when things are owed, they'll give us hell and then take money, but they haven't, so I don't know if my father's getting paid right now, because it's all supposed to be getting sent back here outside of a small amount, so I don't know what's going
on. Okay, so forging won't work. So impersonating...
it might, I don't know. Why wouldn't they just take the money then? If it was that bad. They're torturing me about it.
Well,
Split,
like you saw earlier, I have some magical abilities related to disguise. There may be a world where your parents can be here without being here, but
that could work. That could definitely work.
Mira
But
squints.
what if you get caught? You'll definitely be arrested then. I don't want that to happen.
it wouldn't be the first time. It's fine.
You've never been arrested for Fortuny Soul, have you?
No.
You're arrested for impersonation and something like that. It's not really jail like it is in Alice or something. You'd be under the custody, essentially owned by Sacred Blade for the extent of how they determine based on the laws that you've broken, things like that. At which point they would, put you to work and you'd have to work that off. They pay you probably badly and it could be years or something.
Well.
Okay. I don't get me wrong, I appreciate it, and I would more than willing to work with this. I don't... And she kind of turns to Mira. And then after that, she kind of turns to Shriek. What about you? You seem really smart and you've been quiet. What do you, my ideas?
Streak actually laughs when she says that. And he just points at Rohan and goes, no, he's the smart one. I got nothing.
Oh, okay.
Why don't we try to figure it out in a way that won't get anyone in trouble before resorting to any other sort of methods?
Yes.
Can you give us a okay? Can you give us a ballpark? Is this
A what?
Sorry. Can you give us an estimate, like a close enough estimate? Like, are we talking like 1 gold piece or 1,000 gold pieces? You know, like how much are we looking at? At least for immediate expenses.
I think it's somewhere in the 100 right now. Maybe the 1,000, low thousands.
Okay.
Yeah, apparently the taxes on the land here haven't paid in almost a year. That's a big part of it, and they find the interest rates on it or something. So there's a lot of interest on it.
Okay. Well. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like our options are all involving crime. And I look at Mira, just like
She frowns.
I'm open to suggestions.
Well, I'm very good at crime.
Mira frowns even harder.
Like I said, I have broken a number of windows and never got caught for it.
Alice, I think you and I are going to be great friends.
She nods.
I look back at Mira like, I'm happy to hear suggestions, but they need money that we don't have. I don't know what the situation is where we don't have to, bend the rules to make that happen.
I'm thinking about it, says Mira, clearly not having any other ideas.
I do. I mean, I'm not gonna. There's no way I use it on this, I don't think, but I do still have the ruby amulet, the royal family one.
Oh my god.
I don't want to use it on this, but I mean, I do have it.
I said I'm also really good at
At what?
I can throw rocks at people. I threw rocks at a bunch of porters and delivery people when I was a kid. That's also crime.
That's true. I don't know if that'll be necessary for this, but
Admittedly,
that's good to know.
my father is management for Sacred Blade, so and my brother is also studying work for Sacred Blade, so there's that. And Magnus also works a lot as a contractor with Sacred Blade, but those are just little things. I'm much more flexible.
Great.
Could
What did Judith go off and do again?
Well, she got in a fight with Mom. Oh, it was a lot. After you had nothing to do with it. After that, she
speaking to the microphone.
She got into a really bad relationship, and her and her girlfriend moved out and got in all these fights, and not literal fights, but arguments and things like that. And eventually, it just kind of came to a head, and she had the whole "go fuck yourself" thing, and her girlfriend convinced her to move to Iron Ferris. And we have not heard from them since, and that was 3-4 years ago, I guess. Ish.
I'm still thinking. That was an Alex laugh, not a Mira laugh.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it feels like the impersonation thing is the reason that feels like maybe the best bet to me is that it sounds like we might not need to steal any money or anything. We might be able to just, I don't know, go in and give them the go-ahead. But it's unclear to me, so.
What if... I mean, you said you're okay committing crimes, right?
Sure.
I could,
I mean,
I can probably get some information. We could, steal from a wagon on the way into town or something.
Alice!
What? Miss Mira, I don't want to lose my home. I don't want my brother to die. I already lost one sister. I haven't heard from my parents in months. I've been gone. What should I do? Got insurance. It's a victimless crime.
I don't know about that, but
I mean, as long as you don't kill anyone.
sure.
So it's money. Roman, fuck them.
Do you have stuff we could sell? I mean,
She looks at the table you guys are sitting at. This
That
was
was really the only other thing that I could think of.
yeah, I mean, it's a nice place,
at some point he's gotta notice. I've already sold a bunch of wine. Dad said we have to sell it because he wants to get nicer stuff. And people
I mean,
know, too. The neighbors know things aren't going well here.
I don't want to alarm you, but I've just met you all today. I'm walking into this blind. I don't have it, I'm speculating here, but my gut says even if your parents were able to get in touch with you, they might not have the money. I don't know where it would have gone, but if even your father was saying that you should be selling the wine, I'm guessing that
He didn't say that. I just chose to do it. I told Magnus that. So he actually said.
okay. Well, I guess even still, I don't know, it could go either way, but
Sure. Smira, I'm sure you've explained to them about the inheritance and everything. My mother has a lot of money. A lot of coin. But it's just I can't represent any of her stuff. My father's. She was trying to keep it so that it would be taken care of, so when something happened to them, or when we were all old enough, she was gonna give it to us, some to each of us. And then she wanted to get her and Dad out of here, tie her out. You already know, wine country. Out there in Kenya, something.
and she hasn't given you that money yet, right?
No.
Yeah, I don't know. Mira, it's up to you. I mean, you're probably the one who would know best, and also the one who, I don't know, probably has the strongest moral compass. So, I mean, you and Garrett, but who knows where Garrett is?
got in trouble because I said it was okay. Your parents would never forgive me.
Oh, we're dead, Smira. Frankly, now I don't know exactly what else to do. And plus, it's your friends who said I should commit crimes to save my house. So it's already your fault, in a way.
I want to be clear. I didn't say should. I just said that's an option. I just,
I know exactly what you said.
Okay.
What is the timeline on this? When do you need to have this resolved?
Sooner the better. I mean, I can talk to them in the morning and see what they say, but I know right now. I don't know. Probably by the end of Halazen, which is essentially like less than a month and a half away. And again, a month is only 3 weeks, so essentially like 4 weeks.
So it doesn't have to be tomorrow. You can take a little bit of time to think some more, to maybe ask for help from anyone else who might know better. But I think we should definitely think about it before we do anything that could have lasting, terrible consequences.
And like at this point, like she finally relaxes just a little bit and just kind of gives this just so you guys can stay and help navigate all this then. Thank you, Smira. She gives you a big hug. Just don't.
Well, I can't speak for anyone but myself, but I will stay and help.
Thank you too, Rowan. Is it?
Yes, bro. Yeah, we won't leave without at least there being a plan in place. So we'll figure something out.
And as you guys are kind of discussing this, we're cutting back. All right, so Frank, what about if I give you a dozen pairs of my pants?
Well, I had something a little different in mind. If you win,
Oh, you finally have something. I was running out of ideas.
You win, you show me about town, but if I win, you join me on a shopping trip.
Okay. I'll have to get coin from Alice, but otherwise, yeah, I'm down. I'll join you for a shopping trip. That sounds like I like shopping. I know. Everyone says you don't look like you like shopping. I fucking love shopping. Why do you think I'm willing to offer you a dozen pairs of pants? I know they won't fit, but it'd be fun seeing you in my pants.
I don't think I would fit into your pants.
Well, there's
No,
only one way to find out,
Trust me, I know I won't fit into your pants.
You're just not adventurous enough. There's always a way. I've found that with enough determination and charisma, anyone can get into anyone's pants. Sometimes you just have to, be very charming about it. And he laughs off his joke and quickly heads up. I'll meet you up top, Frey.
Oh. Frey just is kind of just standing there, a little flabbergasted. But he will go ahead and keep checking out the wine until he finds a bottle that suits his fancy, and he'll take it up.
And as you guys are kind of still talking, you hear the barging coming from the wine cellar. Hi, Alice, so it turns out Frey wants to go shopping, and if I lose a bet, I'm gonna owe him like a lot of money, because I'm gonna have to buy him like a whole new wardrobe or something. I mean, you've seen him, he's not exactly, so, you know, just make sure we're gonna have to get out some more coin from the, you know, from the account at some point. Also, Frey said we need to do, like, a big catering thing. We're gonna do a wine thing. We got a whole contest going. It's gonna be a fucking wine bender. And Alice,
I'm gonna earring Frey just like, is this real? This seems
okay.
like.
Frey took out the earring after the
Oh,
police
God
station.
damn it.
He does not keep that thing in.
Wow.
So you can think all you want of Frey, but you get no response.
Yeah, I'm thinking at him and I just hear a dial tone.
Think into the fucking void.
No, Frey is following up, and I think he kind of like hears the end of that and says, no, I was thinking that I'd take care of the expenses myself.
Oh, where's it? That's not exactly fair. That's not how a bet works. I'm supposed to lose something other than my pants. At this point, he like turns back to Rock. Can you believe this? This guy thinks he wouldn't fit in my pants. My pants are way too big for him. He would fit like 3 of him in my pants.
Okay.
Frey just kind of like, she just like drags a hand down his face.
So, what did I miss? Sorry. I mean, I've been the, you know, the errand boy tonight. Hey, what fucking... Hey, like, looks outside. Fuck me, it's not even sundown yet. It feels late.
I think at this point, Rohan notices that Frey's not wearing the earring and just sort of like pettily just walks over and just holds his hand out like, I'll take that back.
Frey looks at him a moment and just, that's my bottle of wine. Why don't you fetch some glasses?
Oh my god. Leave you alone for 5 minutes. You're on top, fucking on a high horse, too high to come down. Jesus Christ. Give me the earring, Frey.
Frey digs into his pocket and he'll pass over the earring and says, you should have just been clear about it.
I don't want your wine, Jesus. Walk away.
Magnus is just like scratching his head, so confused by your earring argument. Is there something like... That's the weirdest fucking... What?
It's a special earring. And he's not wearing it. I expected him to,
my apologies. I know. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. Just...
Sorry.
Besides, it doesn't match.
I mean, it could if you bought new clothes, but, you know, you'll have to really convince me if I'm gonna buy you a new clothes.
What? Hold on.
What was that?
I did not hear what you said.
He said, you're gonna have to really convince me on that wine if I'm gonna buy you new clothes, you know? Yeah.
I desperately want them to buy each other clothes. Like Wardrobe Secret Santa.
I think that's just called... But, like, they're buying each other. It's just called Christmas.
I wanna do that with Frey, even without Magnus there. That seems very fun.
So, Alice, like I said, I'm gonna also need coin. We're doing a big catering thing tomorrow night. Frey's gonna convince me that wine is better with food, which is the craziest. Everyone fucking says that. Dad said that. There was that guy I talked to last week that said that. But look, I mean, it's like I was telling Frey. The best thing that goes with wine, like, if you're pairing it, you pair the fucking neck of the bottle with the lips on your mouth. And he like looks
Sorry,
to
you-
everyone else for agreement.
Do you drink wine straight out of the bottle?
Oh yeah, why the fuck would you use a glass? That's just gonna slow you down. I'd drink
Great.
beer out of the keg if it wasn't so fucking heavy.
Frey, meanwhile, look at Alice and ask, where are the wine glasses?
Oh, so there are a couple that are dirty. The clean ones are gonna be in the next room. I'll go get some.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, but I'd really...
I will get up and go with Alice.
Alright.
You hear Magnus still as you're walking away. I can't believe Alice is handling this so well. I really thought she'd be more angry about all this, and I mean, she's been really stressed out about a lot of stuff, and I mean, I get it. Like, things have been tough, and she really, she really liked Mira, but like, I feel like, it's. Meanwhile, Mira, you as you get like, Alice is just.
What do I do? I can't afford to keep doing this. Mira,
I
I really can't afford this.
Yes, I think the best thing would to just be honest with him.
I'm honest with him. He is going to get himself killed. I don't want that to happen.
We can
You give him...
find some less dangerous things for him to do.
There's nothing less dangerous. He did everything. He gets angry. He's got a lot of pent-up anger and fights. And so the only real way to get out of it is like having jobs where he can, a guard, a mercenary, bouncer, anything like that. I think
Why can't he carry heavy things? I did that a lot.
because he's clumsy and drops them sometimes. Tried that.
So I'll help him learn to do it better. It can take practice, learn to balance.
Just feels like a no-win situation, and all of this is just kind of falling to me, and I wasn't ready for it. I don't know what to do.
So you need all the help that you can get.
Like you, like a ghost prisoner, or something, and then you come back and help me.
Why shouldn't I?
Bro, what about what is the whole guy who kept coming around asking?
Cedric?
I don't remember. Probably.
I don't think that he's going to be going anywhere anytime soon.
Seemed
Um,
so dedicated. Fixing whatever happened. Shouldn't you live your own life? You can't just stop at mine and the lives of all those other people. And
Hey, you know what? If they don't bring those glasses soon, like, I could go get more bottles. We could just get one each. It's not too late to go on wine vendor tonight. I know Frey can't, but the rest of us could.
You know what? Sure, I got nothing else to do.
Yeah!
It's been a stressful day.
And he, like, lifts you up for a chest bump.
Oh boy. Sure. I just like starfish. Like I don't move or anything. I'm just like limply like, okay. I guess this is happening.
It just, and he just, like, gets so excited. He looks to Shriek to stand up and do the same. What is Shriek doing at this point anyway?
He just shakes his head. This whole time he's just been kind of leaning by the wall next to the window and just kind of watching out of it. And when the offer comes to go on a wine bender, he just kind of shakes his head.
Come on.
What's your deal, man? You look pretty girl out there. Out there. See a friend out there? Been staring out that window all since you got here.
Something like that.
Who is it? I know most of the people on the street. I can tell you it's worth it.
sure?
Yeah.
He kind of like looks to the rest of to Rowan and Frey and like gives like a raised eyebrow. Like, is he okay?
I think I like shrug at him, and then I like approach Strieg and just like, you know, you don't have to answer him, but like, are you good?
Can't stay here. If y'all are staying here, I'm going back to the hotel. But I can't stay here.
Oh,
This neighborhood isn't great for me.
gotcha. Okay. Okay, I'll come with you. I'll turn to Magnus and just be like, yeah, actually, sorry, we forgot there's something we have to go do.
Oh,
You know, other prior commitments ourselves too, so we're actually gonna go stay at the other hotel. It's just gonna be a little easier for us tonight, but you know, we'll
okay.
see you tomorrow. We'll still get dinner and drink wine and everything tomorrow.
All right.
Party
I'm
time. Yeah.
saving coins, staying here.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but you know, we have our rooms back there and everything, and we have to do something over there, so it'll just be probably more convenient for us.
Okay.
Well, if you're heading back, could you perhaps have a porter send my things over?
Sure.
Thank you. It's just one bag. It's not a lot.
I'm definitely not gonna do it, just so you know.
Oh, Freya's gonna be expecting it.
We are gonna find out how Frey can wear someone else's pants.
Rohan is still pissed about the earrings, so if Strieg wants to send it, he can, but I'm not. This is my tiny little payback.
Oh, well, meanwhile, in the kitchen,
I just, look. This just feels like a lot, even if I'm honest with him. Even if document how long before something goes wrong. Can't just untrain clumsy. I know he means well, but it really feels like keeping in the dark's the only way to keep things going right now. Smira, I just... If he knows what's going on, it's gonna break him. You've seen it.
If you worry about everything that could happen, then you'll just get stuck. I think it would be easier to take it one thing at a time.
Yeah, but there is the one thing. There's never a one thing. It's always... Don't... Just... I hate that I'm the one stuck dealing with all this.
You keep breaking up,
I,
buddy.
I sorry, it's a quiet voice, and I keep turning away to like look at other monitors.
Stop turning away!
I can't. It's just so much. He's so... Everything kind of fell to me, and I understand it's unfair, but I feel like I have to do it because of Mom and Dad, and I have to do it because it's expected of me, and I mean, if I don't, like, what else do I have? I'm not going to Ardenford like Chester. I'm not gonna leave like Judith.
I think it will be a big weight off your shoulders to just be honest. I don't think that you have to tell him absolutely everything, because that's complicated.
This is not a simple situation. I told him that there was a problem, and do you know what happened to the last mate we had?
No.
I had to tell him. I think this is insane, but well, no, you won't. Everyone else will. But I told him last maid was so uncontrollably attracted to him that she had to recuse herself from the situation. He believed it. And that's why we all have a maid. And then I told him Dad wants the wine sold. And what's next? He's gonna figure it out. He's not stupid. It's just Agnes.
Exactly. Lies have a way of becoming larger and larger. So
what? I just tell him everything's falling apart? No,
maybe
seen him. He'll take it upon himself to fix it, and it'll be bad. He wants to carry the weight of the world on his shoulders, and I don't want him to have to do that.
Like you're carrying the weight on your shoulders now?
She grabs the wine glasses, and without even looking in your eyes, just heads back to the other room. Sorry, they were a little dusty.
Oh, it's no trouble.
I know Miss Mira is very particular about how clean everything is.
How is Mira looking right now?
She looks unhappy.
Okay.
Like she doesn't really know what the solution is, which is maybe frustration, I guess. Unhappy and frustrated, but like she is probably trying to hide it a bit.
Frey gives a little nod and he starts pouring the wine. Rohan and Strieg return to the inn. And he pours a glass for Magnus, and he asks Alice and Mira, would you both like some wine as well?
No, thank you. I think I'd better stay clear-headed for now.
Of course. And he looks over at Alice.
Yeah, I need some.
All right, and he will pour her a glass as well.
Magnus said something about you having a tutor over?
I have someone who's been teaching me watercolors and sketching things.
I raise an eyebrow?
He's met him a few times, but he doesn't... He's met him a few times, but he doesn't like him much.
Did he leave, or is he still
No,
here?
they're still up there.
You could invite him? Or them? I didn't hear.
No,
what
they
you said.
they are still up there, just... Magnus doesn't like them very much, and they've gotten into words at least a couple of times. She kind of sidebars this conversation, and then they're fine up there. We'll go over that later, alright?
Alright.
Magnus just kind of he's considering with the glass, and then... Alright, so... Mr. Frey, you need to explain to me exactly why this is better than just drink it straight from the bottle.
Well, because you give wine the chance to breathe.
He looks to pretty much everyone. Breathe? It's wine, not like a rabbit, chicken.
I think it's a sort of a colloquial way to say that the air.
Oh, what'd you call me?
Sorry.
Did
I
Rohan
think it's-
leave?
We're
Oh yeah, I
gone.
totally did. I'm so sorry. Oh man, I totally forgot. Wow.
Rohan just sticks his head through the window.
Ron's like, I need to explain why to Magnus. It's a colloquial.
Jesus, I totally forgot.
Oh God.
I truly was so distracted thinking about where Garrett is. I was just like, did Garrett come with us? Because I just processed that, like, if Garrett stayed with you guys, then I would have given him the earring, and then he probably is judging me over the
I
earring.
think Garrett is going to be in a Schrodinger situation based on what Dave says after the session.
Okay, well, either way, you will get your bag back, because if he stayed with you, then I would have given him the earring, and I'm sure he would guilt me into bringing you your bag, so you can assume you have it.
Yay.
So, well, I just don't understand. It can't breathe. It's not alive. Wine's not alive, is it, Miss Mira? Is wine like, it's not chicken people or something, is it?
Not in the same sense as we are.
I thought it was like apples or something, right?
Grapes.
Grapes are just little, like, blue apples, right?
Sort of.
Except you can't, look. You can't, like, you can eat, like, the skin of. Do you know that, like, you can get sick eating, like, the outside of an apple? It happened to me one time.
And the seeds, too.
Oh. Oh, no. Well, like, the middle's okay, or. Basically, we need to have a conversation about food, but that's gonna have to wait because we're gonna determine that. We'll determine that over dinner tomorrow night. Now, speaking of, he kind of looks at you. I'm sure we got something in your size, if you change it to morning, but Mr. Fright, we might be testing your pants theory a bit early. Because I don't know if we have anything that fits you.
Oh, no. Rohan said he'd send over my things.
If not, I mean, maybe you can fit into, you know, something of... I mean, Alice is a little bit smaller than you, but not a lot. Maybe you can wear something like hers. I don't think we have a lot left of Judith's, but you could see. She was also probably a lot shorter than you. We'll see. We'll find something.
Well, if worst comes to worst, yes, we'll figure something out.
If worst comes to worst, you just pull a Magnus and just sleep new, baby. It's comfortable.
But I do believe you had been asking about the
Yeah.
wine breathing.
Yeah. We got a little off topic.
Well, how about this? How about we do a little experiment? You go find a half dozen different cups, different shapes, different sizes. And I'll show you a little trick with the wine.
He looks so skeptical. He's like shooting daggers at you.
I promise it'll be worth it.
Alright, but if you fucking with me, I'm getting even.
Fair enough, but I promise I won't disappoint.
You don't seem the type, Mr. Frey, to disappoint him. And he gets up and quickly heads to the other side of the house looking for different sizes of glasses. Leaving Mira, Frey, Baby Garrett, and yeah, the quantum position of Garrett and Alice here in this room. She's being very awkwardly, like, standoffish now. It's probably been an hour total since you guys got here, but she's immediately, like, since she got back from getting the wine glasses, standoffish to Mira, and she kind of, like, turns to you, Frey, and just... You seem like you have money?
Not enough, I'm afraid, to take care of your troubles.
I'm just asking for... What do you do for money? Like, how did you handle it?
Well, truthfully, I own very little myself. I worked with wealthy people, and they would pay my way.
She looks at you for a second, and then has this big, oh, moment.
Makes so much sense. Is that lucrative? Really? Mom and Dad always said it really wasn't worth it.
Ray looks at her and says, well, it all depends on finding the right clients, the right patrons. I would tell fortunes back in Alasir.
At this point, her face goes a little red. Oh, I thought you meant you were an escort.
Atlas!
Yes, I thought you might have gotten that impression, so that's why I wanted to clarify.
She kind of turns to Mira. What?
He says, having clients buy him nice things, who it is?
Just rolls her eyes.
Either way, I don't know. Hopefully answers to figure this out. Maybe you're right, Miss Mira. Maybe a night to sleep on it, think about it, is what I need.
Maybe Magnus is right. A night of wine vendor is what. After all, and at this point, you guys see Magnus like quietly carrying half a dozen glasses against his chest, and just like giving you a shush motion as he's trying to sneak up on Alice.
Frey raises an eyebrow at that.
And she just, she is not paying any attention. Like, she is just a mess mentally and is not all there. She just, after all, I mean, it's like Magnus says, like, here's your head, like, and as she's saying that, he also in unison screaming behind her, nothing cleans your head like some good fucking wine. And she just,
Meg, of course, maybe you're right.
Maybe you're right. We'll try it tonight. And he kind of sits down next to her and puts an arm around her. That's my little sister. Take it after Big Maggie. And with a momentary just lapse of just, you can see all of like her energy, all of the weight that she has just exhausted. And she just like looks to you, Mira, and then looks to Magnus.
Maggie, we need to talk about something.
Oh, okay, I mean, listen, the wine's not that.
No, really. Really.
Said her again. Of course, I mean, Alice, I've been telling you for a long time, you can always tell what Magnus say. As she begins detailing the depths of the problems that have befallen the Guarantine household,
with the support of Frey and Mira, sitting there helping in any way they can, get detail, emotional or mental support. As this afternoon begins to grow long, with Rowan and Strieg and maybe Garrett making their way back to the quarters to figure out what the hell is up with Strieg and hope that he's doing okay. As the piles problem on in a city of plenty.
As the piles problem on? Sorry.
Thank you. As
I'm glad you
the
said it.
problems pile on in a city of plenty. As the physical exhaustion that you have all felt for what feels like weeks now gives way to a much more frustrating and obtuse mental one. As the problems turn from dangers that you can tangibly see and fight and obstacles you can physically overcome to something much more complicated and obtuse. As you reconsider what you need to do here in Fortuny Sol. It is here in the setting sun, the 16th of Halloween, that we end this session. With the piles probleming on. God damn. Oh, well, that was a lot for, like, that's the most exhausted I've been in, like, a scene where I had to do 2 characters.
You're
Yeah.
welcome.
Oh, it's been a while since I've had to have that much fucking emotional baggage on characters. It's exhausting.
Yeah. Made me cry.
Oh, my
It's
eyes
fun,
are heavy
though.
after that.
Thank you for running.
Oh. Well, I mean, that session was like little more than in real time. You got the late morning and afternoon done in 5 hours.
Yeah.
Oh. God damn. Well, next time, hopefully some sage wisdom from Dad to help even things out.
Really
I'm not sure
could have
even
used
Dad can
dad
help this
wisdom.
one.
Truly, yeah.
Ugh.
As long as he tells Rohan to give Frey his stuff.
Meanwhile, I imagine Garrett's like sitting on the couch watching the Super Bowl. Everyone else is fighting. It's like, open another beer. That's nice, kids. Daddy's watching the big game. I got money on it. Oh.
Garrett is so much like for sure he would be like, look, I can't tell you what to do. You're an adult. All I'm saying is I'll be disappointed. And it's like, God damn it. Fine.
Ugh. I really didn't think that Mira's stuff was going to take this long. It ended up building out more than I thought it would.
That's interesting. I guess I wouldn't have thought so either, but like hearing the conversations, I don't know what you would have cut. So
Well, Alex didn't give me a lot to work with the Garantine family. Like, I'm not saying I expected more, but I, like, normally for, like, I get kind of like a vibe, like, the more detail an NPC has written, especially backstory related, the longer I'm expecting them to be in a scene. Or be, the more relevant I'm expecting them to be to the story. But in this case, for what I was expecting to be a fairly minor part of Mira's backstory, it ate up half a session. Just decompressing and talking to good old Maggie.
You did spend a lot of it just talking about wine.
She did work with them for 5 years, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Oh, God. Well, next week I'm excited. Some sage dad wisdom to help.
The gang will be
Hopefully.
back together.
Yay! Hopefully. Hmm.
And I want to leave you guys with this. This tweet from Joe Biden. This actual
Oh, God.
tweet from Joe Biden. Apparently after the Super Bowl when actual human tweet from Joe Biden.
What the fuck?
The most likable he has ever been.
I'm so confused.
Okay, so you see, a lot of people say that because Taylor Swift tells people to vote, she is a CIA plant working for Joe Biden. And because
yeah,
she's
I've heard
dating
that.
someone on the Chiefs and the Chiefs won, and people accuse the Chiefs of cheating, the Super Bowl is a culture war and it's for liberal brainwashing. So Joe Biden had to post this.
Oh, I hate our world.
So, you know.
All right.
Oh, it's so good.
I'm gonna head to bed.
Yeah.
All right.
You
Good
guys
night.
have a good one. I'm excited for next week. I'm excited every
too.
week. And then Sunday comes and like I'm just a stressed out mess. Like nothing stresses me out more than like the hour before a game.
Mm, you always do great.
You do.
Well,
All right. Good night.
until next time, friends.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
All right, friends.